DJ in the house, DJ Damilola. A round of applause for. Anyways, yeah, good evening, everyone. How you all doing today? How's the weekend going today? Good evening, good evening, good evening. All right, fantastic. All right, good evening, everyone. So we're starting now. The session is going to start now. So we still have quite a number of people that will be joining us, but we are very, very, very time conscious. So we're going to be starting right at 5 o'clock. All right. So today is going to be a very interesting session. We're going to be having so much fun. We're going to be having a great time. Okay. And I just want you to just take a step back, relax, and just listen. All right. So this is not a practical masterclass. This is just we having a conversation with top tech talents. All right, across the world. We have a talent coming from Canada. We have a talent coming from the UK, and we have professionals, surrounding us that are going to be sharing their experience on how they got started. All right. So, like I usually say, let me see the first set of people. Let's start first of all. Let's get to know one another before we jump into introductions and so on and so forth. So let's get to know where you're journeying from. So, are you currently in Tabora? Are you currently in Nigeria? Are you currently in Zambia? Are you currently in the UK? Where are you joining this call from? Let's get to know. So we have Nafisa from the UK. We have Zaid from the UK also. All right. We have Louis from Nigeria, Port Harcourt. We have Canada. We have Lagos. We have Kenya. We have Hawaii. We have Kenya. We have Malawi. It's good to meet you guys here. It's amazing to see, the diversity of, people we have on the call. So it's great to have you here. We have someone, Vic from Sierra Leone. So it's good to have you here also. From Nigeria, Ghana, we have our Ghanaian brothers in the house. Kuwait, amazing, amazing. It's good to have you here. Lagos, Nigeria, Chinenye from Nigeria. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. All right. So let me say I can tell majority of the people are joining our session for the first time. So if you're joining, if you're from Abuja with my namesake, I thought I was the one that was typing just now. All right. Do I have anybody joining for the first time? So if this is your first time, all right, I want you to unmute yourself and say, yeah, yeah. If this is your first time joining our session, our masterclass, I want you to unmute
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah. I'm joining for the first time.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Yeah,
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 my
I'm joining for the
guy.
first
I'm
time.
joining for the first time, my sister.
Yeah,
First
yeah,
time.
joining for
I'm
the first
joining for
time.
the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
Yes,
time.
Yeah,
boss.
yeah.
I'm
I'm
joining for
joining
the first
for the first
time.
time. Yeah, yeah. I'm
People are
joining.
saying yeah, yeah. It's not yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
yeah,
joining for
yeah.
the first time.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
joining
So
for the first time.
Yeah, yeah,
first
I'm joining for
times.
the
All
first
right.
time.
All right. Fantastic. So I'm just going to go ahead to mute everyone so that, yes, I can tell everybody's joining for most majority of the people joining are joining for the first time. So, our usher is in the house. So look to your left of the screen. You'll see the usher waving at you. All right. All I need you to do, you see the usher waving at you. All I need you to do is follow the usher. We have a special dedicated seat for first timers. Okay. We have jollof rice, plantain, dodo, and everything waiting for you over there. All right. I'm just messing around. But anyways, for first time purposes, all right. I usually like to talk about Tenalytics and what we do here at Tenalytics. All right. So Analytics and what we do here at Analytics is very simple and straight to the point. So the whole idea for us is to get more Africans into tech. Okay, the whole idea for us is to get more Africans, whether you're an African in Africa or you're an African in the diaspora. So you're an African, you're a Nigerian, you're a Zimbabwean, you're a Sierra Leonean in Canada, in the UK, regardless of anywhere you're coming from. The idea is for us to get you into the next tech job. All right. So, and that's the reason why we created Analytics to be the bridge that would help people transition from whatever career path you're coming from. Rather, if you're coming from customer service, so you've been working as a cleaner, you've been working as a bricklayer, regardless of your past, it really doesn't matter. So, Analytics is that bridge that would help you transition from your current career into the tech role. All right, like a business analyst, a data analyst, whatever career path you're looking to start it. That's exactly what we do here at Analytics. And in the span of 3 years of our existence, we've trained over 50,000 people across the world. So currently, you can say we are currently 155 people. It's likely still going to increase. And we're still expecting more people to join the call. So in the span of just 3 years, we've trained well over 50,000 people. We've also helped quite a number of people transition from no experience or experience into their tech jobs. All right. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. All right. So for people that are looking to get started, getting started is usually like the very tricky part where you're unsure of what to do. All right. So the first part of it, the first phase of you getting started in tech is usually being confused. Now, if I should ask you, if you're confused, you don't know what career to take in tech, I want you to drop a one in the chat. I'm sure quite a number of people would be in that particular category. So if you are not sure what tech career to take on, all right, I want you to put a one in the chat real quick. So you don't even know if it is business analysis, you don't know if it is data analytics, you don't know if it is data engineering, data science, you are still confused, you really don't know. Everything just seems like magic to you. It comes up as a magic. All right, see, exactly what I said. We have a lot of ones. So that's exactly what we'll be talking about in the session for today. All right, we'll be literally holding your hand and guiding you through on how you can get started in getting your first job in tech. Even you picking an interest, all right, not you even selecting a career choice, but even you picking an interest, telling you exactly what a business analyst does, what a data analyst, what a HR analyst, a financial analyst, what do these people do on a day-to-day basis? And now it's tech related to them. We'll be discussing that today. And we're going to be having very, very smart professionals in the house today. And the emphasis is on smart and diligent and international. So, when we talk about tech, we talk about global talents, okay? When we talk about tech, I'll repeat it. When we talk about tech, we talk about global talent. And that's very simple. When I say global talent, very simple. So if you're a data analyst in Nigeria or you're a business analyst in Nigeria, it doesn't confine you. Your experience doesn't confine you to just Nigeria. All right. It allows you to play in the global job market. So you can be in Nigeria working as a business analyst. The skills you have can also get you a job in the US, also as a business analyst. Same thing in Canada, same thing in the UK. So the skills you have can open up doors for you in the international job market. And that's why we call them, and that's why they're referred to as the global tech talent. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. How can you become a global tech talent, okay, without having a computer science degree? So this is one major misconception people have about starting a role in data science. So, data, either data analytics, data science, or whatever tech related role. So I'm going to be bringing up our guests in the house so we can get to see them. Okay. I'm going to be bringing up Imi Awonuga. All right. Hey, do you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself so everyone can get to meet you?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. You see, we have fresh people in the house. We don't joke. All right.
Yeah.
All right. It's good to have you here, Imi. Okay. So let me bring in Damola next. Okay. Damola, do you want to turn on your video?
I'm trying to turn on my video.
Okay. How is the weather there, Imi, currently?
It's very hot. Very hot.
It's super hot today.
Yeah.
It's super hot, honestly. Even with the fan blowing by the side, I still find it difficult.
Oh no, I'm trying to click on the start video and it's not
You know what?
showing.
Let me do. Okay, it's not. I think you might need to drop off and join back again. I think I can't see your video. I don't think your video is connected.
Okay.
Try dropping off and coming. Okay. Oh, okay, that's amazing. All right. Yeah. So we're expecting Damola to come back. Okay. So the UK, we have our heat wave this week. All right. So every part of the UK is really hot this time around. I think just Damola is coming in from Canada, so we'd likely want to know what the situation is in Canada at the moment. In the house today, we also have a Daisy. We'll come back to introductions anyways. So I think we should do introductions before Damola comes back. Then we'll jump straight into it. All right. So my name is Ifemena Ipro, co-founder of Tenalytics, currently work as a data analytics contractor here in the UK. So currently I work with a bunch of SMEs and also, mid-size, large-size organizations here in the UK, just working with a data team and implementing data analytics within top organizations here in the UK. So prior to that, I've worked as a data scientist, data analyst, data engineer. I've worked as a global business systems analyst, cutting across supply chain, logistics, and healthcare, medical technology, so on and so forth. That's been my experience so far. And yeah, that's basically, and I've been an ardent trainer. So I've been training for the past almost a very good chunk of my career. So I've been training for the past almost 10 years and trained well over 10,000 plus professionals across the world at the moment. And yeah, quite a number of experience, not just training, but also working in the industry itself. And with me today is Adeza Suleiman. All right. So Adeza, do you want to introduce yourself? It doesn't seem like it's hot over there though.
It's ridiculously hot, very, very hot. Even with the fan, my windows are open, but it's ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Just a very quick introduction. My name is Adeza Suleiman, the founder of Tenalytics. I have close to a decade experience in data analytics and data science, and I've worked across about 5 different sectors, from oil and gas to energy, to educational technology, financial services, and so on and so forth. My focus over the years has been on helping large organizations and multinationals to make sense of the data that they have. And over the last few years, my goal and mission has also been to help as many Africans and people of the Black community to get into tech. So just like Femena, we developed a platform, Tenalytics, to help Africans to transition into tech. We've trained well over 50,000 people over the last 3 years and helped so many people get their very first job, moving them from the classroom into their first jobs in the tech ecosystem. So that's a brief introduction about myself. I'll be coming back, of course, to add to the conversation and also share what it takes to get into tech as a global tech talent.
Fantastic, beautiful, beautiful. You see, you're a capable hand, okay? So Damola is back on the call. Damola, please could you make Damola a co-host so we can bring him back. So while Damola is doing that, I'll just jump straight to E. All right, E, do you want to talk a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, okay. So my name is Iyoluwa. So I'm a data analyst. Prior to then, I used to be a structural engineer back home in Nigeria. So I've worked prior as a structural engineer, a certified one, for over 8 years. So I've worked so I used to be more of a consultant. So in a consulting engineering firm. So what we do is design and supervise construction jobs. So transitioning into tech, I did my master's. I did my master's in the UK 2 years ago, and before then, maybe like I can say I have maybe a year or two of just maybe slow into tech, but active work as a data analyst now. I work with a company in the UK. We are a IT consulting firm. We are quite a large number. We're over 500,000. So I can't even know all my colleagues at the organization. So it's an IT consulting firm. So what we do is we consult for different companies. We help them to build their system from any form of tech that you can name it, from a data analyst even to a business. We are a group of all those team comprising, and we help people to develop their systems and make it function. So I've been in that company now for a year now. So, and before we move on, I just wanted to clarify something, because in the chat room, a lot of people are getting the data analytics and everything confusing. Maybe I can just chip that in for a minute.
We'll get there. We'll get there. So we just want to, so definitely get there. And I think the fact that you were able to transition from engineering, Damola is actually on the call, but is kind of having issues turning on his video. That's the only thing. Damola, can you hear us though?
I can hear you.
All right.
Okay, so, you can see me now. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you now. Yes, we can see you. How is the weather? First of all, let me ask about the weather first. Not too bad, is it?
Currently, it's not too cold, but then by the middle of the month or towards the end of the month, the temperature will start dropping
Okay, that's
to
amazing.
like
It's good.
to around then 18, 20 degrees Celsius. But it's still currently very okay, to be honest.
Still very okay. That's amazing. It's good to have you
Mm,
here. Thanks for
mm,
taking our time to join our
mm.
session and talk to people looking to transition into tech. All right.
You're
So
welcome.
Damola, we just introduced ourselves, okay? And I want you to just give a brief introduction about yourself, your who you are and what you do at the moment.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that question. My name is Damola Adegoke once again, and then I came to Canada in 2019 from Nigeria. Before I came to Canada, I worked briefly in one or two organizations in Nigeria. I did my NYC at Lautech, and then I worked briefly on Fiverr. I was working as a freelancer on Fiverr, and then there I was helping people with different types of writing. I didn't do tech in Nigeria. Yes, I didn't do tech in Nigeria. I was helping people with their resumes, cover letter, their LinkedIn profiles. But before I came to Canada, I've been trying to identify the career path I was going to go into in Canada. So before I came to Canada, I've been trying to hone my skills by developing my Power BI skills and SQL skills, Tableau skills, and the like. So when I came to Canada, I got a job with a bank in Canada called Scotia Bank. I didn't get a tech related role. It was still something in the area
Okay.
of exactly project man. I just wanted to get my foot in the door to build my experience and switch to tech. So, and when my contract ended in the organization, so I just like, what do I want to do? So I enrolled in a master's in management analytics in a school in Canada called then Smith School of Business. So that was where I developed my analytics skills, and then as a result of the relationship I developed there, I got my first major data role in Canada, where I worked briefly as an intern at NCIBC. So when I left the role, I moved to a manufacturing company called FGF Brands, where I worked for about a year. And towards the end of last year, I moved to another organization called the Region of Peel in Canada. So there, I help in analyzing HR related data. So my day
Okay.
to day is basically helping
Analyzing people.
analyzing exactly helping them with different types of and dashboard in HR,
Okay.
turnover dashboard, workforce profile dashboard, diversity and inclusion dashboard, and other similar
Amazing.
types of dashboard. Thank you.
That I think we have the best set of professionals in the house today. You guys can admit that, okay? A lot of people are very skeptical, especially when it comes to HR analytics. A lot of people feel like there are no opportunities for HR analysts, but it's good
It's
to
an
have you here.
in-demand field.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely in
yeah, it's
demand.
an
That's what
in-demand field
people
currently. Yeah,
People are literally sleeping on
yeah.
it, but we'll talk more about that. We'll get there. All right. So we have,
Mm.
consultants in the house and we have an HR analyst in the house. So you see, we're going to be covering quite a number of spectrums today for today's session. So I'm going to jump back to E, okay? And E, okay, first of all, I need to ask you, a lot of people are looking to figure out what they want to do at the moment. So people are confused. All right. Today they like business analysis. Tomorrow they like data analytics. Next week they want to become data engineers. You understand?
Yeah, yeah.
So for you, yeah, from your own perspective, what made you choose your own career path? What was that key interest for you that made you choose your own career path?
Okay, I think first of all, research is very important. So a lot of people are like, so we, as Africans, especially as Nigerians, you just say, oh, this was a business analytics. Maybe I permit me to say it in Yoruba. Or something like that. But they are very different. And I would just put it in a nutshell for people to understand. So you need to first understand yourself and your strengths, because that is when you can know which one exactly you can follow through. I already know the path I want to follow, and that's where I'm going to stick to. So for people now, as new beginners, you want to enter the data space, you first need to know, okay, what's a data analyst? A data analyst, basically, they are more into the data. They are more into the numbers and the figure, crunching the numbers and the figures together. But a business analyst is going to look at it in a different perspective. It's not going to be looking at, so for a data analyst, it's more going to be using this SQL, it's more going to be using more of the Power BI, more of the numbers is what is particular, he or she is particular about. But a business analyst, like I told you, we are an IT consultant, so I know everyone. I see every sphere of data and team. So a business analyst on my project is going on a project because we all work together. It's not going to be concerned about about the data, but about the business objectives. So he's the one going to be with the client, understanding what the data, what the client wants to interpret with his data. So sometimes, as a data analyst, I'm just done with the data itself. I'm just giving the Power BI. The business analyst will look at it and be like, no, you did not satisfy the client's requirement. There are some things he still wants to see that you are not providing for me. So get me look at it. So it's more about interpreting the data to the client back and telling the data, oh, you wanted to see what is the turnover for last year as against this year. I wanted to see what is happening to your, so that's where the business analytics is coming into play. So most times people that are like accountants or people that have worked in those kind of space that wants to move into the data space tend to more to be business analysts because they enjoy, or people like management that have done management that have been in those space love business analysts. But now when it comes to a data engineer, they are more of the databases, trying to go. They mostly work back at the back scene. So more of what the databases, understanding the data that of the client, what databases, where are we bringing the data from, what structure is it about. So they are more of the architectural space of the data itself. They are concerned about how the data is being structured. So they really may not have, so most times they are trying to see, oh, how can we join the data? How can we bring the data? How can we store the data? So that's what a data engineer is all about. So it may not have anything to do with Power BI or things like that. So that's where he is. He's going to be doing more of the structural engineering of the data, the warehouse, the storage system of the data. And so that's where the data engineer. So we have data engineers, so data architects in that space, almost like that. Then we also have data administrators. So those people now are more of trying to ensure, like almost especially abroad, we are more conscious about the governance, the security of data, and what are the protection of information, data protection. So those is where you have the data administrator. So I tell people, you cannot say, I want to be a data analyst and you are learning things that are not. Then lastly is the data science. So a data science is more of futuristic. They are looking at the data in the future, what can happen. They are more in-depth of machine learning and things like that, algorithm, trying to those are the artificial intelligence and things like that. So I tell people, you need to first do your research. So now you see, you have data analysts, you have business analysts, you have data engineers, you have data science, and I try to make people see what it is. So you need to now look at each. Because in this society, I don't know, I didn't work as a data analyst, but I think it's the same thing. You can't be everything. That's one thing people need to understand. You need to know your parts, know your strengths. And that's one thing I like about in working in a developed country. The fact is that once you know your strengths, they appreciate your strength for who you are. So you don't want to be a data analyst today, tomorrow you're a business analyst, tomorrow you're a data engineer.
Just all over the place.
You don't even know, you don't have a strength. So you need to know your strengths, know the skills that are applicable to that strength, and take it a step at a time. So I believe I'm able to provide more clarity into what these different things or what these terminologies are. And I believe
Yes,
people should try to just understand, get an understanding first. Know the
exactly.
skills that you need for what you like. Because once
Okay.
you know, oh, I like business, you may not likely thrive in a data analytics. Then do business analysis. Once you know, I like the engineering aspect, how data comes together, then go to a data engineer. Once you know, oh, I like just the data, the visualization, then be a data analyst. Just
Exactly.
focus on
So,
one thing and
uh,
stick to your own pathway.
see,
That's what I would say.
there's something with you literally take, you know what they say, you're trying to make a point, they'll tell you you drove the nail or you have
Yeah,
eaten the nail by the end. You not just eat the nail by the end, you drove the nail through the wood and it's currently, protruding out at the other end. Okay. So you've done a fantastic job. I think one thing that really stood out from what you talked about, even going to the extent of explaining the different categories, different roles that you have in the data ecosystem. It's absolutely, even the distinction between the data analyst and the data analyst and the business analyst, you've done that distinction already, all right, which is fantastic. So knowing exactly what you're getting yourself into is very important, like you rightly said. So I'm going to go into Damola to ask the same question. So Damola, people looking to transition, what is that, what would you advise them to do? Like just the same question, essentially.
Okay, people looking to transition, first and foremost, they need to be sincere with themselves. Like, which area and is it the area of tech, right? Or with it and data analytics that you want to transition into? So first and foremost, you need to do your research, connect with experienced people within that space, ask them questions, what challenges they have faced. So I think I'll just share my own story to just I think people connect better with certain stories. So
Yes.
first and foremost, I for myself I had an experience in HR before I left Nigeria. So it was easy for me. I had the domain knowledge in HR. So when I wanted to transition into HR analytics, it wasn't really difficult for me. So I was able to use my domain knowledge in HR and combine it with some of the tools I learned, like the SQL, Power BI, Tableau, and the like. So when you are discussing with stakeholders and the likes, they understand that you know what you're doing, you have experience within this field and the like. So, for example, if the person has decided that he wants to switch to the data analytics field, identify the area of data analytics you want to switch to. Is it the data engineering data? There's a particular field now that is increasingly becoming very relevant, data governance. There's data governance, there's data science and the like. So at the end of the day, identify mentors within that space, connect with them. What did they do? What courses did they take? Again, people make this mistake. You don't need to enroll in a master's degree to switch into data analytics, to be candid. There are different boot camps, there are different online courses, there are different projects you can do online. You can create a portfolio because people make that mistake a lot and they spend thousands of dollars to do a master's degree that they may not really need. So, first and foremost, connect with mentors, identify the obstacles they have faced. They may be able to, for example, myself now, if I want to advise someone, I will say you don't necessarily need to do a master's to get
Yes,
into
started.
data.
Yes,
I did a master's, and to be candid, you may not necessarily. The most important thing is your networking skills.
yeah,
I've seen that
absolutely.
open doors in this part of the world. It can
yeah,
open doors.
yeah.
Your networking skills and your ability to like put yourself out there, maybe on LinkedIn or different social media platforms, and your skills as well. So that's it. Identify the paths, connect with experienced people, mentors, let them guide you, and then from there you will be able to identify where to go and where not to go. So that's what I'll advise. Then regarding different area of technology as well, there are different and some today people want to become a software engineer, tomorrow people want to become a business analyst, tomorrow scrum master, and the most important thing is just pick a space, and then identify your strengths, ask questions, and then from there, if you continue to develop your skills, that's the most important thing, and focus on networking, network. Almost all the jobs I've had in Canada has come via networking. So I just go, for example, if I see an opportunity on LinkedIn, I just connect with employees working within the organization, focus on them, not like you just want to come and take from me. Ask them about their experience working in the organization, ask them about the advice they can give to you, not just send them a message for the first time and tell them that they should refer you. No, it doesn't work that way. Focus on them, approach them like someone with value, and then that's it. That's it.
Amazing, amazing. I think, if they say everything you've talked about wrapped up inside one package, all right? Do you know what the package will be? Can you guess? Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess?
I
See the
can
package.
guess.
This is it here. All the things you guys have talked about, okay, from the research, connecting with people, to having a community, speaking with people, hearing out LinkedIn, so on and so forth. All those things you talked about. Imagine everything wrapped together, presented to people for you to say, okay, all these things that they say you should go and be doing, everything arranged in one service delivery is Analytics. All right. So that's honestly the reason why we started Analytics, because it's very difficult for Africans to transition, to make this transition. Now imagine how many people do you want to connect with? How many people do you want to speak to? How many this professional will tell you to do this, do A, B, C, D. The next professional will tell you to do E, F, G, H.
Yeah.
All right, skipping A, B, C, D. Do you understand? And that's the reason, I personally, myself and Adeza started together, and we found it very difficult to start, to transition, to make this transition. And it's the reason why we started Analytics, to help people make this transition. So, having everything, mentorship, coaching, everything in one particular package, which is very good. So,
Sorry,
yes.
just 1 minute. I just want to buttress the mentorship part. I want people to realize that so when I got here, I realized that mentorship comes in different parts. So like you rightly said, in your internal analytics now, people should when you join that space, even there, bond with people within your group. It's that you can form mentorship even from your colleagues. I got mentorship from my friend. So I remember when we first came, while we were doing our masters, while we were almost finishing our masters, all of us were really thinking of the kind of jobs we're going to do after masters. And it was tending to what the majority do in abroad. So a friend of hers, she indirectly, she became a mentor to all of us. And she boldly said, no, she's not going to do, she's going to get a data analyst. We were like, it's not possible now. We just want 1 year masters. Because that was how we saw it. But she became a mentor to us. When after like 4 months, she came back to tell us, I've gotten a job. Because she finished the year before us. So before she finished school, she had gotten a job. And we're like, no. So it was like all of us sat up because we become like, that was what even made me to get a job also. And so you can form mentorship around, so people that would like to start this journey, you can form, because a lot of times people think mentorship has to be one person somewhere up, that it can be within while you're learning internal analytics, while you're learning your tutor, your trainer,
Exactly.
your colleague, someone in your, just form mentorship with people that you have like minds with.
Exactly.
And you see how you flourish within your space. So that's one thing I realized, and maybe I just wanted to point out.
Absolutely. So I have this person now. This one, our participant, she's currently based in Canada. So before she left Canada, she was working in Nigeria, and she went through the data science track program within Analytics. And guess what? She made friends with other 4 girls, ladies, all right, within the same cohorts. And she was planning to move to Canada. She moved. And in the space of less than 8 months, the other 4 ladies traveled also to Canada.
Yeah.
And currently they
Wow.
all work in Canada
how-
at the moment.
Wow.
And so,
Wow.
you know, I think that's what you just said just made so much sense. So a lot of people feel like, you know, mentorship is always coming from that CEO, CFO, not looking
Yeah.
at you as, which really made sense. Adeza, let me take that from you again.
Yeah, so what Ian just referred to is simply peer mentorship, getting mentored by your peers and your contemporaries, really. And one of the ways we ensure that we instill peer mentorship into the program with us at Tenalytics is by creating groups. So when you work together in the data science program or data analytics, you form groups, you solve problems together, you work on assignments together, you work on projects together and present. So somebody does the data cleaning, for example, another person does the presentation, somebody builds the dashboard. So you have that kind of peer mentorship from your different team members, and people go out eventually to form, you know, lifelong friends and bonds, you know, coming together like that. So I think that's a very crucial point you raised, Ian.
Absolutely. And that's where I'll go back again to say that everything wrapped together as one package is analytics. All right. So now let's jump to something another very, very good, another very I would say controversial aspect of people looking to transition into tech. All right. So now this area is based on misconceptions. Okay. Now, to become a data analyst, you need to be good with numbers. You need to be good with statistics. You need to be, you know, very good with algebra, probabilities, and a lot of people hear all those things and they lose it. You want to go into tech, you need to be a computer wizard. You need to be good with computer. You need to know how to type very fast. All those misconceptions about you getting started in tech. And you know what the beauty about having the two of you on call is the beauty that you transition from another career path to the career path you're doing. All right. So you can tell about the misconceptions. People say age, not misconceptions. People say it is. There are so many misconceptions out there. So what misconceptions? I'm going to go with Damola first, then I'll go to Inu. Okay. So what are those major misconceptions you heard? Okay. And tell us if it is true or if it is false, certifications and all those blah blah stuff. Okay. You know, let me start with Damola, then I'll go to Inu.
Okay. Thank you for that question. So, for example, coming to this part of the world as an immigrant, you hear things like you need Canadian education to break into tech,
Canadian experience.
Canadian experience to break into tech. You hear things like because you didn't have solid experience and back home in tech, it would be difficult to break into tech in Canada and the likes. You hear things like you are not good with mathematics and statistics. You have to develop it to an advanced level to do tech and the likes. It's not necessarily true. I will share my own story as well. I hold a bachelor's degree in economics in Nigeria. Before I came to Canada, I did a master's in management. So basically, when I did economics, I did basic statistics and the like. So I was very familiar with statistics and the likes. And then so when I started developing my data skills, it was very important for me because I was familiar with some basic statistics and the likes. So I was able to develop my statistics skills. So for data analytics, I think you can start with, and talking about the space I work within data, that is data analyst space. Understanding of basic statistics is very important. You don't need to, but if you want to do data science, you will need to like understand statistics very well. You need to be very familiar. But starting within the data analyst, then another thing is you can also get your foot in the door, like start as a data analyst and develop yourself before you become a data scientist. Exactly. Don't necessarily need to like say, I want to become a data scientist. I understand. No, 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 no. You can there are even lots of data visualization roles that you can start with. Just your ability to create reports and dashboards with Tableau, Power BI, and the like. So some of these things, for example, so start with mine, I was familiar with basic statistics, so it helped me and the likes. So that was how I developed all those things. Then another thing is some that you need the master's degree, you need Canadian education. It's not possible. The most important thing, based on my own experience and observation, is create projects. Like Adeze said, you can come together as a group, work on projects. You may be the person that gathered the requirements. You may be the person that transformed the data. You may be the person. So just come together, create projects, have solid portfolios, and then network. Network with friends. Network with someone you feel that is even below you. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone that hold a big title. So that's it. The most important thing
Absolutely.
is, so all those misconception about then you need the no. You don't need to know all the statistics in this world to do data. That's it.
Honestly.
Start with the basic ones, mean, median, mode, and the likes. And from there you can always develop yourself. So that's it. That's it.
Honestly, I think, yeah, Damola, you've handled actually the good part of major misconception. That Canadian experience, UK experience. You need to
No,
work. You need to have worked in the UK. You
no,
need to have worked in
no, no,
Canada. I think that's a
no,
very good
no,
one.
no. It's affected a whole lot of people.
Honestly
No. The
speaking,
most important thing is have a portfolio and be confident when you do your interviews. That's it. That's
that's
it.
it.
That's it.
Fantastic. I honestly, I
Mm.
love that, and that's going to be speaking to a ton of people looking to relocate. And people that have
Mm.
even relocated and they feel like, and I
Mm.
think that is, I don't blame them. And that's because of the kind of people they have around them. And that's the reason why we have this kind of
Exactly.
session to inform
Exactly.
people. Do you understand? I
Exactly.
love that.
The
Absolutely.
the kind of people you relate with before you leave the
Try
country or on arrival. Yeah, it goes a long way to shape your
to find
mindset.
it.
Yeah,
Exactly. I love that.
exactly.
Absolutely love
Mm,
that. Ini, let me
mm.
go over to you now. Major misconception, things that you heard about, and you have all currently transitioned. So, what are your own major misconceptions? That you would also want to dismantle.
Okay, so I think few of the misconceptions. Before I go to the misconception, I read a comment. Someone said, "Is data analysis and analyst the one reigning now," or something like that. Everyone is talking about data. So I just want to just answer that it's not like he's the one reigning. It's just that when you look at the different types, it's maybe a bit easy to jump into. So it's easy to start with because it's all you need to just know is your numbers. So one major conception, especially in the UK, is a lot of people will say. So I was talking to a friend and I was telling her that she should do a course in a 3 month course. I see some people. Then she replied me and said, people don't get jobs, oh, that they just do the course and that's it. 1 minute. And I told her that I've seen a lot of people that are
Uh-huh.
sorry for that mistake.
Yeah, no problem. It's fine.
So the first thing, so she told me, oh, people don't get jobs after doing after doing training,
Trading,
like what
yeah.
you guys do. That people don't get jobs, oh, that she has friends that have done it and have not gotten jobs, blah blah blah, because it's a major misconception, especially in the UK. And I told her, I said, that's not true, because I have seen people that didn't have to do the 1 year course that I did. Because even with the 1 year course, I had to do a lot of things on my own. I had to do a lot of learning on my own. It was not like they didn't teach you. Nobody teaches you anything in the UK. I don't know how it's been in Canada, but yeah, you're on your own. So I think it's one major myth I want to debunk for people in this course, that you can get a good. I've seen people. I've seen a friend that did 6 months course and she got a job that sponsored her. Just 6 months training of a business analyst in this UK. So I think it's a rumor, and it's something that you need to tell yourself. Once you don't have to go through a master's to get the exact
Yeah.
learning. And something about data, it is the fact that it is it is how you want to learn. Nobody's going to, even when you pay for a course online and pay for the course, it's how well you want to. Data is about imagination. You need to know. You need to open your imagination. It's more than your numbers. So don't think I have to know a lot of math. I have to know a lot of. You don't need all that. It's just how well you are ready to learn and how well you are ready to grow. So it's more about you, about what you want to do, how you want to see yourself. So that's one other thing. And another one is the fact that is it easy? As in how easy
Is it
it is?
simple?
Is it
Yes.
simple? Can it be hard? And I feel that sometimes we as we want to get it the easy way. You want, oh, people are telling you there's money there, but you don't want to do the work. You need to do the work. It's not so when you do the work, especially when it comes to the IT space, you get the result for it. And another myth I want to debunk is people are always thinking, can I get a job from Nigeria abroad? I've seen friends that have. Is when you see, that's when you know he's working. People are doing it. I know friends, I know people that have communicated that are working that are working 247 back home in Nigeria, and they are working for companies in the US majorly. I have colleagues online that are back in India. It's even I want you guys to see it. We can even get to that level. In my company, over 70% of our employees are back home in India. So why can't it not be in Africa? We can get to that level. It's just about, and those people have been able to tell themselves that they know this thing. And they are recruiting them even from the UK, and they are just in their space in India. So people need to see that you can get a job. All they need to see is your skill. Do you know it? You don't need to be, you could be in Lagos, you could be in Ibadan, and you're working for a company in the US. So believe it, once you do a course and you know it and you practice and once you are doing it, you get better at it. Once you pick up another data, you get better. Pick up another data, you get better. And you work on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I would just
honestly, with combining those two misconceptions you guys have talked about, it's absolutely spot on. Let me ask Ade. Ade, yes, you want to add your own too?
Yeah, really, I just want to talk a little bit about, somebody asked, oh, why is everybody talking about data analytics and so on? First of all, data is digital gold, all right?
Yeah.
And as long as you have a career path around data, that's one of the easiest entry into tech. Okay, so just like Ian mentioned, and a lot of people have that imposter syndrome. They feel that I don't think I can get into this. It might be too fancy or too technical for me. But again, the moment you start seeing people doing it, just like we've helped so many people, we have these sessions to ensure that we bring people together and enlighten them. Look, there are so many people, Africans, people in Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, and they're working for companies in the US. 3 months ago, they knew nothing about tech. They knew nothing about data, but then they joined the training program with us at Tenalytics, completed their training, went through the entire process, which I'll be coming up to share in details. And eventually they applied and got jobs working for some of the biggest organizations across the globe. So it seems very far-fetched to a lot of people, especially when you haven't seen other people achieve it. But the moment you get into it, you get it done, then you realize that, look, it's something I can actually get myself involved in. And one last thing is, research is very, very important. Okay, so why is data analytics, data science, data engineering, business analysis, why is it a buzz? Why do people talk about these roles? Why are they so popular? And that's simply because of the demand in the market. Like I mentioned, I don't want to talk too much now. I'll come back to share. Looking at the analysis we've done and also the outlook of the jobs within now and the next 10 years, where will the future of jobs be? Will your jobs still be relevant in 5 years from today, 10 years from today? Where will the future of jobs be? They are all around data. The first 20 are all tailored, at least 80% are tailored around the data ecosystem, mostly, especially in tech. So again, that's the reason you'd see a lot of roles related to data coming up. And so you don't need any certification. That's a question I can see coming up. That's one of the major misconceptions that you'd also see. Certification, it's a heavily skill-based career path. All you need to do is have the skills. Okay, employers want to see your portfolio, which is proof that you've done it before. Like Damola mentioned, this is my portfolio on GitHub, or you have a profile online. And your number one portfolio, I always tell people this, is your LinkedIn profile. That's your number one social proof. Things you've done, things you've talked about around whatever you are doing, be it data analytics or data science, you have it on your LinkedIn. And that's somewhere that recruiters would always go to. They check for your profile, they see what you've talked about, and then they get in touch with you. And that's how you get transitioned into the space. But again, like I mentioned, I'll give the nitty-gritty details in a few minutes once E and Damola are done. If you're over to you.
Right, wonderful. Yes, we're going to go into in-depth detail about different career paths, what you need to learn, how to get started. We're going to go through all that in the next couple of minutes. Okay. So I think people also talking about certification. I don't know from your own experience. Okay, and I'm not going to, if it's coming from Tenalytics, they will think that it's we that we are saying that. Okay, and there certifications you need. What's the role of certification from your own perspective? Let me start with in 1 minute. Okay, certifications. What are your thoughts on certification or anything around advanced program? I know Damola already talked about saying masters is not needed, but certification. So people are still hell bent on certificates. Your employer, when you're going into Cognizant, did they ask you about certificate? Let me start with you.
So it's funny, I got my job in Cognizant and I've not even finished my master's. So that's one thing. That I can tell you people that I am just to portray the fact that you don't even need your master. So I even had to even just submit it and tell them, oh, I have completed my master's. So please let me share it with you. Nobody asked me that, oh, what's your master's? What's your grade? Whatever. All they were concerned about is what's your skill? What do you know? What can you do for us? What can you do? So about certification, I would say that it's just about for me, certification is not like without certification you won't get a job, but understanding what you're doing gets you the job. Your skills get you the job, but the certification just gives you the confidence you need. So recently I did a Microsoft Power BI, not because they told me at my work that I need to do it, but because I wanted to do it, because I realized I'm working majorly on projects in Power BI every now and then, and I feel getting certified will make me feel more confident. So certification is more for your own confidence, your own makes you feel more like stability, like you know this thing. So now I feel I'm more confident to take up any role, but I'm not going to, when I meet if I'm going to a new organization, that's not the first thing that I'm going to present to a new employer. It's what I want to do. So that's where certification is for your own confidence, boosting your own self-esteem. It gives you that self-esteem that, oh, I know this thing, especially when you do some Microsoft certification, Google certification. There are a lot out there. So when you're working, and so you don't need to rush to start those certifications. Get a job while you are working in, because if you're not in a job, it could be a bit tough for you to understand those things. But when you are working and using those softwares and using it, you understand it. So then you can now tell yourself, I think after 6 months, I think I want to get certified in this thing. I want to get certified in this thing. So take it one step at a time. The first thing is to train yourself. On the course, and you get a training course, okay, learn it, and you take it step by step. So that's what thing I feel about all these major certifications to me.
All right, I think you've done a wonderful job talking about that. Damola, yes, let me just take you. Then we'll wrap up in the next 2-3 minutes.
To add to what he said, I don't have any certification. That's it. So what I would tell anybody that is looking to break into the data space is just first and foremost learn the skills.
Yeah.
If you want to learn it, start with, there are lots of online YouTube videos where you can learn all this Power BI, SQL, Tableau, and Azure, all these tools within the data space and our tricks and likes. Learn it. Then once you are on the job, maybe you just feel something to show your employers or something to just boost your confidence and the likes. Yeah,
Exactly.
because there are some job descriptions in this part of the world where they sometimes you see those certifications may be an added advantage. Sometimes I see it. And I've had the story of a friend that told me that because a friend was able to provide his Power BI certification, he was able to negotiate his salary by an additional $10,000, blah, blah, blah. That's one out of thousands. It's not
Yeah.
like the norm. Exactly. So the most important thing is learn the tool, learn it well. There are some people that don't have certifications and they are guru with all these tools. So it's not about your certification and the likes. So learn the tool, and after some time, if you want to, you can decide
Yeah.
to do certifications or not. I don't have a certification and I still have a job today. So that's it.
Amazing. I love that. I think you guys
Yeah.
have done, you've really answered that question to the latter. All right. And so, because we still have, the next couple of minutes to talk about the programs, okay, and what you need to get started, because a lot of people are still asking those questions, but we'll talk about that later. Now, looking at how you're able to, you're Nigerians, okay, relocated. Some people are still in Nigeria trying to get a job. What advice would you give people? And this is where we're going to be wrapping it up, okay? What advice would you give people looking to transition into tech? All right. So from your own perspective, how you're able to transition from engineering, from your own role also, Damala, all right, into the tech space
Okay.
itself.
Okay.
What advice would you give a beginner looking to transition?
Okay. You should go
Yes.
first.
Okay, let me go with Damola, then I'll take you.
Okay. Okay. So the advice is, and first and foremost, identify what do you currently have, like the skills, your experience. What do you currently have? Because what you currently have can be the most important thing. I think it's actually the most important thing for you to break into tech. Okay, for example, when I wanted to break into, what was my experience? I had HR experience before I broke into tech. So that was what helped me develop my HR analytics skills. So I had domain knowledge within that space. Some people have finance skills. Organizations are also looking for people with ability to make sense of finance data. So your finance and accounting experience may be what will give you the edge. There are people looking for finance data analytics. There are organizations looking for marketing and sales and marketing and data analyst. So you are looking, so your domain experience is always an edge. You can't compare someone with years of experience within sales and marketing, within and finance, within HR, to someone that is just trying to learn about it. What they will be able to, the type of an insight and story they will be able to generate, you can't compare it with a novice. So your current position, what do you currently have? That's it. And then apart from that, work on your mindset. I think that's the most important thing. You will hear lots of things. I did this, I didn't do this, I didn't do. Everybody's story is different. That's the truth. You can't use my own story to come. You can't use it. My own story is different from I's story and Adese's story. So work on your mindset. The journey may be long. It may be long. It may be short, and then it won't be easy, to be candid. There are some days you will want to give up. That's what all this tech wala saying. Are there no other people not into tech that are making progress? So the most important thing is focus on the goal. And if you work with your colleagues, work with people that r- are superior to you or they are above you within the space. And then at the end of the day, you see that then even with the challenges you face while trying to break into tech, you understand that then to me it's worth it at the end of the day. So the most important thing is what do you currently have? Identify what you currently have, because what you currently have maybe what will give you an edge. I've seen it. I've seen it times without number. Maybe what will give you an edge. Work on your mindset. Then also the role of people cannot be overemphasized. Anybody can be in your breakthrough into tech. So that's the advice that we have. And then finally, pray if you believe in prayers. Thank you.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Damola, you've done a fantastic job. Let me take E, then I'll wrap up from there. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
I will just had Damola, you spoke at length and I enjoyed how you concluded it. I'll just had maybe share one of my experience about the first one you spoke about when you said identify what you currently have. It's very important. Don't throw what you have away. Take it, hold it first and use that one because data is broad. There's data in all these industries. So like people are saying, how did you move from civil engineering to, so how did I get my first job? So in Cognizant, there was a role for, they had so I told you my company is an IT consultant firm. So we are consultants in the IT space. So we are more deployed to all these companies. So they were looking for a role for someone that will be a property data analyst, someone that understands that has been in the construction industry and has data experience. That was how I got the job. Because I'm a civil engineer, I understand what civil engineering is all about. And so they actually didn't even call me until after 3 months, and they came back and they were like, we're still looking for someone. Because you have a civil engineering background, we believe that with your data analytics skills, so don't go to an interview and forget, your first BSc. It could be what is going to get you the job. So I'm telling people now. So that was what got me my own job. So because I had the civil engineering, so they said, that means you have an understanding about the terminologies in civil engineering, construction, in property. And I was like, yeah, I do. So what you have, so that is why if for people that want to leverage on data now, your first degree is as important as what you want to do in data. So you can look at that degree. The good thing about in the developed country, you don't have to be in everything. So if you have been there's sales analyst. There's insight analyst, there's finance analyst. So there's analytics for just that space you have been. So take that hold of that. And another thing I want to add to the point is the fact that learn one thing at a time. I've seen people, I want to learn Python, I want to learn SQL, I want to learn Excel, I want to learn Power BI. Yeah. As I am, I don't learn. You cannot learn. So one thing I want people to also take notice, learn one thing at a time. Don't rush yourself. Don't put yourself in too much pressure. To be a data analyst, all you need basically, once you know your Excel and you know Power BI, you can get a job as a data analyst, first of all. So before you say, it's SQL I want to, because people will tell you, it's SQL now that they are learning, no, go and learn SQL. It's Python that they are doing now. Artificial intelligence. Have you gone to do artificial intelligence course? Give yourself like headache. And because you're lucky because my friends and people that come to me and they're telling me, because I get calls and someone will be telling me, I think it is that SQL I need to start learning now. Maybe it's that SQL. I'm like, no, it's not the SQL. Have you even known the Excel that you are learning? You've not even finished the Excel, no. There are some companies in this UK that is not only Excel they are still using.
Yeah.
They are still storing their data in Excel. If you go to an interview and tell them that this Excel, I know it from 0 to 100, they can give you a job just because of only Excel. And you are killing yourself, you want to do Power BI. So
Python, you want to do everything.
at a time. Take it slow. Don't put yourself in too much pressure, because I feel like people put themselves in so much pressure that as a data analyst, you need to know all these things. No. Be good at one and take it step by step. You will know when you are good at something and move to the next one. There's a lot. But once you are good at it, gradually you get better. So that's one other thing that and the lastly also, just to buttress him, Damola, is also that networking. It can't be overemphasized. You need to network, connect to the right people. That's good. Now we are in the social media age. LinkedIn. I've made friends in LinkedIn that I don't even know where they are. They are in countries I may not even go to. I may not see them, but we connect on LinkedIn more than even the people I see on a day-to-day. So when you want to grow in a career, you need to connect with the people that are within your space. Connect. And lastly also, build a positive mindset that you can get it.
Okay.
It's the easy. Nobody's going to get the job for you. Nobody's going to push you. You're the only one that's going to push yourself. You can pay for a 3-month course. You can pay for a 6-month course. But if after that you are not confident of yourself, you may not get the job. But you need to be confident that these 6 months I've learned it and I know it already. And you're confident to forge ahead. So that's just my final.
Damola, honestly speaking, I don't think we would have, requested to get a better set of professionals to demystify the myths and also advise people on how to transition in their career. So honestly speaking, I want to really appreciate you taking our time on a Saturday. You're supposed to be, enjoying yourself, having a good time, resting, watching Netflix and chill and all that. But you're here, advising people on how they can actually get started in their career path in tech, essentially. So I really want to, appreciate you. Thank you very much. I can see in the comments already, people are saying you guys are real. I love your stories. You guys are putting in the perspective, putting the perspective into all the things that you've done and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for a very enlightening session. All right, and also very educational. I honestly learned some things from the two of you today. So thanks again for taking out. I want you guys to give Iyi and Damola a virtual round of applause. So go to the chat, drop a clap emoji. All right, let's see. I want to thank you so much. Everyone is saying thank you. All right, that's good. So thank you very much. But this is not the end of the session, anyways. This is not the end of the session. We are still going to be talking in detail how people can get started. So we just wanted to bring you in to share your own personal experience, and everybody can see all the claps from yellow to black hands. We're just in different hands clapping, but people are clapping, which is fantastic. Thanks a lot, guys. All right. So thank you very much. While we, thanks for taking our time. Really appreciate that. So, see, that's just about it. So we're going to be moving into the second segment of the session where we're not going to be talking into details on what you need to learn. You want to become a data analyst. What's the difference between a data analyst, a business analyst, a data scientist? Or what are these career paths? What career paths should you be looking at? All right. What should you concentrate on? All right. Those are the things that we are going to be talking about in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So please, guys, like I said, just sit down. All you need to do for this session is sit down, cross your legs, get a cup of water and be sipping it and listen. That's all we're saying. Do you understand? Just listen. All right. And we're going to be demystifying all the things that you need to do, in order for you to get started. All right. And like Damola and he has rightly said, okay, what we are doing here is everything encompassing, everything packaged together. From mentorship to coaching to instead of you doing that research, we have done the research for you. So come here and ask questions. So settle down. We're going to be having a question and answer at the end of the session so we can get started. So thank you very much. And I'm going to be handing over to Adeza Suleiman. Adeza, are you there? If you're here, can you say yeah? If you're here with me.
Yeah, I'm here, Ife.
Well, by you. Thank you. Hand over to you, okay?
All right, thank you very much. So good to be back again. So like I said, what I'll do within the next 1 hour is to walk you through the nitty-gritty of what it takes for you to get started. All right. First of all, you would see people who'd say, oh, I'm considering data analytics or data science or business analysis. But what does it entail? What are the skills that you need to learn to be a part of any of the career paths that we'll be sharing with you or that we offer at Tenalytics? All right. So there are 6 different programs I'll be talking about today. Just to be sure you can all see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, I believe you can. All right. So we'll be talking about 6 different programs today, from business analysis to data analytics to financial analytics, HR analytics, data science, full stack data science, and data engineering. All right. Now, why did we select these programs? Why these 6 programs? First of all, we looked at the World Economic Forum Jobs Outlook report. And this is something I always tell people, look, if you have time, take out time and read that report, because I want to transition. I want to know if my job would be relevant in the next 5 years, the next 10 years. That's a report that actually shows you the trajectory of where the demands for job would be in the next few years. And I think I'm just quickly going to show you. Yeah, so if you just go online and just do a search, the World Economic Forum Jobs Outlook reports, the fastest growing and the fastest declining jobs. Fastest growing and fastest declining. Now, like I mentioned earlier, you'd see that the jobs that are fastest growing, which simply means jobs that will be available between now and 2027, and after that, subsequent years to come, are around the data ecosystem, from AI to machine learning, sustainability specialists, business intelligence analysts, information security, fintech engineers, data analysts and data scientists, and so on and so forth. Now, that's not even where the trouble is, because it's very evident that with the new trends, the new technologies, it's clear where the jobs would be. And that's simply the reason why you'd see every organization wants to get somebody who knows how to do something with data. Okay, and I'll be explaining what's the difference between what the data analyst will do compared to what the data engineer will do. All right, now let's look at the 10 fastest declining jobs. Bank tellers and related clerks, postal services clerks, cashiers, data entry officers, administrative and executive secretaries, accounting, bookkeeping and payroll clerks, legislators and officials, statistical, finance and insurance clerks. These are the jobs that are declining. And if you look very closely around your environment, you'll see the trend very clearly. All right. Before I left Nigeria a few years ago, a lot of banks had started to shut down their branches, reducing the number of retail outlets that they had, the branches they had, simply because what's the point of having bank staff when things have gone digital? And when you go digital, what happens? You gather more data. When you gather more data, what happens? You need people, you need employees that can make sense of that data, that can structure the data, manage the data, analyze the data, and extract insights to give the business a direction and help the business take decisions. Okay, now what I want you to do is make a note of all the questions you have, because I'll come back to answer all those questions. So the key reasons, we looked at the World Economic Forum report. We saw where the opportunities were. There's a more elaborate one. I want you to also check that out. The main report itself is more elaborate in the number of jobs. Okay, so look at the first 20. I want you to focus on that, from AI to business intelligence analyst, to data analyst and data scientist, big data specialists, data engineers, database architects, and so on. And you'd see that it's very clear where you get the opportunities. If you're looking for jobs across the major economies, or you're trying to migrate to Australia, you're moving to Canada, you're moving to the UK, you're moving to the US, how can I compete for the best jobs out there? And that's what you should be looking at if you fall within that category. We also looked at roles that are easy to learn. Okay, so looking at all these roles and the demand across the ecosystem, are these roles easy to learn? Can I learn them within the space of 3 months, 4 months, and get a job? You heard Iyi and Damola, all what they said. It always seems impossible until it gets done. All right. We also looked at the ease of transitioning and getting a job. So if I learn these skills, are the jobs there? Are they available? How easy would it be for me to transition and get a job after learning the skill? And last but not the least, what's the salary projection like? Am I going to earn good salary? Would I compete to be part of, the high earners within that particular country, and so on and so forth, okay? So these are the three major criteria we looked at to coming up with these 6 different programs: the business analysis, the data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, the full stack data science, and data engineering. Now, let's look at each role, looking at a case study. So we'll look at a case study together, and we'll break down the case study based on the 6 different roles and their responsibility in solving that problem, okay? So the role simply is for a company, a retail company that offers different items and products to their customers, a retail chain somewhere in the US, okay? And what do they want to do? They want to achieve cost efficiency through operational optimization at that company, all right? So they've been having high operating costs. Their cost has been increasing, and that's a big problem for them. So they want to bring the cost down, okay? Now, the management, the leadership of the company has said, look, we need to bring down our costs by 20% within 6 months. And we don't want to compromise the customer experience. We want the customers to still come in, have good experience with our company, and stick with us. How do we solve this problem? So this is the problem. The company is facing financial pressure. Revenue is kind of, stable, not increasing, not reducing. However, their profit is reducing because cost is increasing. Okay, so they want to reduce the costs by at least 20%, their operational costs, within the next 6 months. Now, what happens? How do they start solving this problem? First of all, the business analyst, her name is Sarah. So Sarah decides to do what? She conducts a stakeholder interview. She has interviews with the key stakeholders in that company to find out, why are we having increase in our operational cost? What are the issues? Where are the problems? Okay. Now, in the activity of carrying out this stakeholder interview, Sarah eventually found out that, look, from the CEO, that's the chief operating officer, and other stakeholders within the business, she found out that the customers have to wait very long on the line or on the queue before they make payments after they've bought items from us. And that's simply because they need to go to the till where you have somebody who would look at the items that they bought, scan those items, and then collect the payment. So that was a major problem. Now, because we have customers who would have to wait on the queue for a very long time, you also had employees that were working overtime, because customers would stay. Maybe the company is meant to close at 10 p.m. That's the closing time. But because you have so many customers in the store, they shift closing time to 12 midnight, and you have more employees staying and working overtime. So that increases the cost of the employees. Now, what Sarah decides to do, after having these interviews with the different stakeholders, she documented all the requirements that she needs to solve that problem. She also found out that because the current checkout system is manual, where the customers would have to go meet somebody, that person would scan the items, and then the customer makes payments. It's very manual. So she mapped out the current process, and she found a way to optimize the process. How can I make the process better and faster? And she decided to do what? Set up a self-checkout kiosk. And this simply means customers would go somewhere where they don't have to interact with somebody. They scan the items themselves, and then the system would allow them pay for the items that they bought without having to meet somebody. So she decided that that's the way to optimize the customer experience, improve the checkout time without affecting the customer experience. So this was what Sarah did as the business analyst, holding the meetings, holding interviews, identifying what the problems were, documenting those problems, and coming up with ways to solve that problem. All right. She also looked at the current process for what? For the checkout system. She saw that it was manual and decided that, look, For us to have a more efficient process, we need to bring some level of automation where the customer would just go to that kiosk, scan their items, and make payments. That was Sarah's responsibility. Now, when she gathered the team of different other stakeholders within the business, and they found out that, look, it's a lot more than just the checkout time. There are other things we need to find out from the data that we have. We have data from customers who pay using the POS. We have our employees who work overtime. Their data is stored in a HR system. And we also have our inventory that shows the items the customers have bought. So we need to analyze that data so we can find out if there are things we can do to improve our processes. Now, how do we get the data from all these systems? We have data from POS, we have data from the HR system, we have data from the inventory management system, but how do we get them into a location that everybody can access? Okay, so Ahmed, who is the data engineer, decided to do what? To create data pipelines, extracting data from all the different systems, from the POS, from the HR system, from the inventory management system, and bringing the data into a data warehouse. Created a data warehouse, which is a central location where everybody could access the data easily. This was Ahmed's responsibility. All right, so we've seen Sarah's responsibility as the business analyst, stakeholder meetings, coming up with requirements, mapping out the previous process, the as-is process, and then coming up with a to-be process, which is the optimized process. She was also managing the team, holding brainstorming sessions. And Ahmed decided that, look, for us to carry out more analysis, we need to have our data available in a central location, which is a data warehouse. So I'm going to create data pipelines to move data from all these different systems into that central location. Now that the data is available in the data warehouse, Kemi, who is the data analyst, can then access the data available in that data warehouse. So Kemi goes into the data warehouse, connects to the data warehouse to extract data for analysis. All right. Now, Kemi's focus was on coming up with insights with regards to customers' transactions and the customer behavior. All right, which simply means what product sells the most, and when do we have the highest number of transactions. So Kemi was just trying to simply show what currently happens in the business. When do customers buy from us? What type of products do they buy from us? And when do we have the highest number of transactions in the business? Now, Kemi did that by creating a dashboard using Microsoft Power BI. When she created a dashboard, she found out that the highest selling products. She knew the products that were highest selling. These are the products that were highest selling. And these same products, when she looked at the inventory data, were usually out of stock before the company restocks those items. Now, what does that mean? It simply means that the company would be losing money on those high-selling items, all right? So Kemi decided to come up with a dashboard that would show in real time the inventory levels, a dashboard to track the inventory levels, so that for those high-selling items, whenever they go down, the levels go down, they restock them before they go out of stock. So by doing that, that increases the revenue of the company. All right. So that was what Kemi did as a data analyst, coming up with a dashboard to look at what currently happens in the business so that she can look for ways to improve the processes within the business as well. And she identified that, look, our high selling items are usually out of stock. So what we need to do is create a dashboard to track all the inventory levels within the business so that whenever it goes down, we can simply restock those particular items. Now, in doing all of this, they also ensured that there was collaboration. The business analyst was holding meetings and ensuring that everybody were always in sync with this particular problem. Now, going to the data scientist, who is Michael. Michael also connected to that data warehouse. that Ahmed had created to get access to the data. All right. Now, Michael was able to identify the peak periods in the business. It wasn't all the time that we have customers coming in to buy items and we needed so many staff available. There were peak periods in the business where you had, a lot of customers trying to get something at that particular time. And certain days of the week, especially during the weekends, on Sundays and during holidays, they had a whole lot of customers coming into the business to buy a lot of items. This was what Michael identified. Michael also carried out time series analysis and linear regression that helped him to predict the number of employees that we need to make available, especially during those peak periods. So rather than having everybody working overtime, when are those periods that we are likely going to have a lot of customers coming into the business to buy items, that is the time we need to have employees on ground to service those customers. All right. So Michael, as a data scientist, created those predictive models to predict that these particular days, these are the number of employees we need to make available, so that we have employees available at every single time when we have a rush of customers coming into the business. That was what Michael did as a data scientist, created a predictive model using linear regression. He also carried out time series analysis to see the patterns of sales within the business. All right. Now, the HR analyst, BC, also got data from the people-related data, just like what Damola is doing. He's a HR analyst working with a company in Canada. Now, BC analyzed the staff schedule and the overtime data as well. And she saw that too many employees were coming in for overtime, which was unnecessary. And she identified that all the staff coming for overtime led to burnout and also increased the costs on the business. So what BC simply did was to look at the predictive model that Michael had created, which shows that rather than having all the employees coming up for overtime every single day, on a Sunday when we have peak periods, a rush of customers, let's have employees come for overtime on that day. During holidays, let's have overtime. And certain other periods that Michael was able to identify, let's have employees coming for overtime at those specific periods. So BC was able to incorporate that into our analysis. And finally, the financial analyst, who is Linda, also connected to the data warehouse, got her data, and carried out the cost-benefit analysis. Simply, this is the cost of implementing the recommendations, of having extra employees on this particular day, of also implementing the self-checkout kiosk recommended by the business analyst. And she came up with the financial projection that, look, if we spend this money, we are likely going to save about $1.5 million. So her focus as a financial analyst was to look at the financial implication of implementing all these recommendations. All right. So what she did was to simply create a dashboard to also track the financial gains from all the recommendations. Now, remember, in doing this, they were all collaborating. There was collaboration. They looked at what needed to be done. Oh, what is BC doing? What is Michael doing? And they were sharing ideas. So right from the beginning, when the business analyst saw the problem, came up, had meetings with the stakeholders to understand what they needed to do, looked at the current process and saw that the process was manual. We need to do what? Implement a self-checkout system. That was number one. The data engineer, Ahmad, also did what? He came up with a data warehouse, got data from all the different systems. Let's analyze the data and see where the problems could also be. And in getting the data in one single location, it made it easy for the data analyst to connect to that data, the data scientist to connect to the data, the HR analyst, BC, and the financial analyst to also connect to the data to do their own different types of analysis to find solution to the problem. Now, at the end of everything, the business analysts and all in collaboration with all the other team members, they monitored the outcome of the implementation of their recommendations. And it led to a 23% reduction in operational costs. And the company also saved $2.2 million annually. So by looking at the problem, looking at the different responsibilities, they were able to come up with a holistic solution to the operational inefficiencies. Looking at the data of the company was also very, very crucial. Now let's summarize the responsibilities one more time. So Sarah, the business analyst, what did she do? She recommended that we need a self-checkout kiosk where customers could go to that kiosk, scan their items themselves, and make payments. That would increase the efficiency. That would improve the time the customers would have to wait on a queue to meet somebody on the till that would help them eventually scan their items, so they can do it themselves, and that makes the whole thing faster, and the company can make a whole lot of money and not have to do overtime and pay employees extra money. So by doing that, they are reducing costs. Sarah, who is also the business analyst, did what? She managed the project to ensure that all the requirements were met. So this was the responsibility of the business analyst, looking at the current process and optimizing that process. Also meeting with the stakeholders, understanding the requirements. We need to reduce cost by 20%, and it must not affect the customer experience. So customers would be happy to go to a self-checkout, kiosk and ensure that they're able to do everything themselves without the help of anybody. This was Sarah's role as the business analyst. All right. Now, as a business analyst, you are that bridge between the stakeholders, what the stakeholders want and what needs to be implemented in the business. That's the role of the business analyst. And what skills do you need to become a business analyst? What skills do you need to become a business analyst? You need to understand Excel, Power BI, and SQL. All right. If you listen to what Iyi said at the beginning, initially when she spoke, she said, business analysts don't need these data analytics skills. And that's the truth. That's the reality. However, you'd see some organizations that would say that, look, you need to have a bit of data analytics skills. And even though you might not use it, it's good for you to have it, because you'd also work with different team members who would be talking about these different terms, and you need to have good understanding in that regard. So your first module would start with Excel, Power BI, and SQL, and then you move on to process mapping. Now, looking at the case study we just looked at, Sarah was only able to identify the issues in the process because she could map out the process, the current process, and then look for inefficiencies to optimize the process. So process mapping is very, very important for a business analyst. Project initiation planning. So once you've looked at all the requirements, you've identified that for us to improve the customer experience and make the checkout time faster, we need to automate. We need to implement self-checkout kiosk. Who is going to manage the project? The business analyst. So you would learn how to initiate projects and manage those projects using different tools like Trello, Jira, and so on and so forth to track the business activities, the project activities, and ensure that all the requirements are met within that particular project. Because you'd manage project, definitely, you'd also learn Agile and Scrum for projects, Agile methodology, the Scrum methodology, you'd learn Waterfall as well, which would give you the required skill to manage projects. And of course, for process mapping, you'll be using tools like Draw.io, Lucidchart, Microsoft Visio to map out processes and also to create your different other diagrams. Now, you'd also learn the software development lifecycle because you'd manage projects that involves the development of different applications and software. So you need to know the software development lifecycle, because you would be the project manager of those projects as the business analyst. The requirement fundamentals. What does the business need? What do we want to achieve? 20% reduction in operational costs within 6 months. How can we do this? You meet with all the different stakeholders and you elicit information. So elicitation is also very key for you to carry out your to understand the different requirements that you need, the functional, the non-functional, when you're building a system, and so on and so forth. Stakeholder analysis and engagement, very important skill for a business analyst. And of course, last but not the least, is ChatGPT for business analysis. Please pardon the noise. If you hear some noise coming from my background, that's because my window is open. It's very, very hot. The summer is now summering in the UK. It's very, very hot. So again, ChatGPT for business analysis. And this is looking at the trend of business analysts in 2023. You have new trends, new technologies, generative AI, large language models, and organizations are expecting that coming in as a business analyst, we want to see if we can leverage these tools. All right. So we have embedded this into our program where you learn how to use ChatGPT as a business analyst. And of course, what's the salary like? Because remember the 3 criteria. One of them is also high and rewarding salary. So in the UK, you're looking at 52,000 pounds per annum on the average salary of about 52,000 pounds in the UK. In Canada, about 74,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, over 85,000 US dollars as a business analyst. And when I say this is the average, I mean it's the average you would expect as a business analyst across the globe. And I'll tell you for a fact that across different regions, as working as a business analyst, every organization needs business analysts to manage these transformation projects, change management agents within the company, and so on and so forth. How long does it take for you to become a business analyst? 3 months, 2 months project-based classes, and 1 month virtual internship. 1 month free virtual internship. Now, why is the internship very important? This is important because we talked about building a portfolio. We talked about working on projects. And that's the only thing that showcases to employers that you have the skill to actually do the things you say you can do. Okay. So it's not really about what you say, it's about what you can do. You have to show them that you've done it. And there is no better way to showcase your skill than having a portfolio of the projects that you worked on. And that's what you'll be doing, working on real life projects in a simulated real life environment for 1 month to create those projects. Now, what we've also done at Tenalytics on our business analysis program is to take the IIBA body of knowledge, take the BCS, which is the equivalent in the UK, look at the curriculum and create a holistic curriculum from those 2 body of knowledge, which is more practical. And when I say more practical in the sense that on day 1, you can hit the ground running, start your job as a business analyst in any organization across the globe. And I'll be sharing some success stories with you, people that have joined our program, they've completed the program, and of course, they've gone ahead to get jobs across the US, the UK, Canada, Nigeria, and so on and so forth. All right. Now, let's move on to the data engineer. That's Ahmed. If you remember, Ahmed, the data engineer, did what? He built a data warehouse, because that's the role of the data engineer. Your role is to design the data architecture within the company. Your role is to ensure that the data is available. The company will generate data across different systems. Now, who is that person that is responsible for bringing the data from all the different systems into a central location where everybody else can connect and get the data that they need? That's Ahmed, the data engineer. So he creates the data warehouse, creates pipelines. You can see the data from different locations going into that data warehouse. And then the data analyst can connect. Kemi, Michael, the data scientist, can also get data from that data warehouse. BC, the HR analyst, And Linda, the financial analyst, can also get data from that same data warehouse. That was Ahmed's role. And this is what you'd be doing as a data engineer. Your role is to make the data available. Simple and short. All right. So again, what does it take for you to make data available? What does it take for you to design the data architecture to move data in a smooth, flowing way, automated from different systems into a central location? So first of all, you'd need to understand the introduction to data engineering. And data engineering is a beautiful career path, simply because most of the people that are data engineers today are those that transition from software engineering, all right? So they were software engineers, but then they saw the potential in data engineering, the demand, most especially in data engineering, and then they started to transition. And the demand also stems from the resultant effects of COVID. A lot of organizations now saw the reality that, look, we need to have our data in the cloud available so that employees across different locations can access that data seamlessly, right? Which is a lot cheaper for so many organizations having that data migration. So a lot of companies migrated their data from their premises on-prem to the cloud, and that led to the demand for data engineers. So you need to understand the background. What does a data engineer do? So you start with introduction to data engineering. Then you move to SQL, structured query language. As a data engineer, that's your bread and butter. Okay, you know how to write SQL queries. As somebody in data, you can't ignore SQL. SQL would be your bread and butter. It's very, very important because you need to know how to interact with the database. You need to know how to create the data warehouse, create your tables, create your different databases, and so on and so forth. You would also need to learn Python programming to help you create your data pipelines, automate those pipelines, and so on. Python is also a very key language as a data engineer for you to know. Linux, you learn Linux for your scripting. You'd learn how to build ETL pipelines, of course, most especially using Python, getting data from different systems, APIs, databases, and so on and so forth. You'd learn how to use Apache Spark, Apache Airflow for orchestration and scheduling. And what does that mean? Now, let's assume, just like Ahmed in this particular case study, he had to get data from the POS system, data from the HR system, and data from the inventory management system. Now, he doesn't want to go there every single day to run the codes, to extract the data and move the data to the data warehouse. He wants to automate it so that it flows and it happens on its own, all right? So what it does is to use different tools to orchestrate and schedule using Apache Airflow mostly to automate that process of moving the data at different specified intervals. And of course, cloud engineering, which is also very critical. A lot of you today would hear cloud. So you'd learn AWS cloud engineering in the data engineering program, and you'd learn version control with GitHub. So these are the skills you need as a data engineer. And what's the salary like? The salary is also very sweet, fantastic. As a data engineer in the UK, you are earning about over £60,000 on the average per annum. And I'll tell you for a fact, well, this is the average from Indeed, okay? And I want to believe Indeed, but I've not seen personally a data engineer that earns £60,000. They earn way above that, way above £60,000, all right? In Canada, is about 92,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, six figures, 114,000 US dollars. And how long does it take you to learn to become a data engineer? 4 months, 3 months project-based classes, and 1 month internship. Now, the internship is a robust internship where you not just work alone, you'd work in collaboration with data analysts, data scientists, but you will be responsible for getting the data from the different systems. So what the internship does for you is to put you in a situation just like you would in a real life work environment. So you are putting your skills to use. And what we always tell people, and what our participants always do, the moment you register with us, your title changes on LinkedIn and everywhere. You are a data engineer with Tenalytics. You're not going to tell a prospective recruiter that you are a student or you are learning or you are training with Tenalytics. No, you are a data engineer with Tenalytics, because the same systems you would learn, the same tools and techniques you're going to implement are the same tools, techniques, and systems that you would also implement in the real life work environment. Okay, and this is what usually opens up opportunities for a lot of our participants. So the internship is very, very crucial for any of the programs you eventually join. So that's for the data engineer. Now let's move to the data analyst. That's Kemi. Remember, when Kemi connected to the data warehouse that Ahmed had created, what did she do? She came up with a dashboard to look at the levels of transactions and also the inventory, looking at the products and their levels. Okay, for the high selling products, we should be able to tell at every point in time when we have low stock level, and we should have a reorder level. When it gets to 100, we need to reorder that particular product, for example, or when it gets below a particular threshold, so that at every point in time, we have those high selling products and even all the other products available in our supermarkets or in our retail store, so that customers can always come and find those particular items. That was what Kemi did. And she was able to do this by understanding how to leverage tools like Excel, like Power BI, and so on and so forth. So to become a data analyst, what do you need to have? What skills must you get to become a data analyst? Because your role as a data analyst is to solve problems. Your role as a data engineer is to solve problems. That's the only reason employers will recruit you into their organization, to help them solve problems. So one of the first things you'll be learning is problem solving as a data analyst. How do you break problems into different parts using different techniques like the McKinsey model? How do you get to the root cause of a problem using tools like the 5 whys techniques to get to the root cause of a problem? How do you prioritize the particular problem to solve at a particular time, and so on and so forth? So you learn all those techniques in problem solving, and then you move into Excel. Excel, like Iyi said, if you remember vividly, Iyi said with just Excel and Power BI, you can get a data analyst role. And Iyi has not said anything wrong. That's the absolute truth. I have worked with somebody personally, and so many people, I'll be sharing their stories with you before we wrap up today. One of them currently works with the NHS as a business intelligence support analyst with the NHS in the UK. His assessment was only on Excel. All they required was Excel, nothing more. All right. So as a data analyst, Excel is very crucial, very important to your journey. And once you've understood Excel, you know how to use Excel to analyze data, create pivot charts and dashboards to extract insights from data and communicate those insights. You then move to SQL. Remember, I mentioned earlier that SQL, you can't run away from it. It's very good for you to have SQL as a data analyst, because you need to know how to connect your Excel to that database and run your analysis. So when Ahmed has created his data warehouse, all you need to do is connect your Excel, connect your Power BI, connect your Tableau, and then you can run your analysis, create your dashboards, come up with your insights, and so on and so forth, all right? You learn Power BI, you learn Tableau for data analytics, and of course, you're learning Power BI and Tableau so that it gives you an edge when you start to search for jobs out there. You learn data storytelling. How do you tell a story? Once you've created a dashboard like this, just like Kemi did, how do you tell a story? How do you tell a story about that dashboard? How do you ensure that the stakeholders can take a decision based on what you are telling them? Then, of course, you learn ChatGPT for analytics, which is very, very crucial. These are new trends and technologies. And as a data analyst, you can't run away from ChatGPT. I would personally advise that you leverage it. Why? It makes life a lot easier for you. It's an AI tool, is a large language model tool that would help you. It's your technical assistant, basically. Ask ChatGPT questions. It will give you ideas on how to approach certain type of problems. And it can serve as, I would say, a guide or a help, especially when it comes to domain expertise. All right. Damola talked about domain knowledge, which is very good. If you are trying to get a job as, let's say, a sales analyst, all right, and you have sales experience, you have knowledge in that particular function, is good, because all you have to do is combine that knowledge with what? Data analytics. However, if you don't have previous experience, it doesn't hold you. I have worked in energy. Before I joined one of the largest energy conglomerates in sub-Saharan Africa, I had never worked in energy before. I've worked in oil and gas. Before I joined them as a data analyst, I've never done it before. I've worked in financial services as a data analyst. Before I joined, I had never done it before. I've worked in automobile in the UK as an analyst. Before I joined, I had never done it before. All right. So again, while domain knowledge is important, all right, you can also build into that industry, because domain knowledge simply means having knowledge about that industry or that sector. But if you don't, the same tools, the same skills you have in Excel, Power BI, SQL, Tableau, data storytelling are the same skills that will take you from the energy sector to education to financial services. All you have to do when you join a company is take out time the first few months to learn about that industry very well, so that it gives you, but you're not going to present yourself to your potential employers that you don't have experience in the industry. No, you would not present it to them. And how do you gain industry experience without actually working in an industry? And that's where your project comes into play. And that's where it becomes very important. So when people ask me questions, oh, I'm in logistics, I'm in supply chain, I'm in strategy, how do I leverage that? How do I add data analytics to it? Very simple. Work on what? Projects that are related to those areas where you have your core competence. And what does that do for you? It builds your knowledge in that area, and you can also leverage tools like ChatGPT to help you come up with smart, intelligent questions to ask the data with relation to those specific areas you want to learn from. All right. And you'd also learn Microsoft Fabric, last but not the least. Microsoft Fabric is a new technology developed by Microsoft, which simply encompasses the different areas in analytics in one system. So you can do your data analytics, your data science, your data engineering in one system, all right? So you'll be learning how to use Microsoft Fabric for data analytics. Why did we embed this into our curriculum? We did that simply because going into the market today, employers are looking for those that can stand out, those that show that they are moving in line with the trends, with the recent trends of the new systems and technologies implemented. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, you have different companies also migrating to Microsoft Fabric. And the reason why they are doing this is they would rather have all their systems in one place. Okay, in Microsoft Fabric, I can have my data warehouse, my data lake, I can create my Power BI dashboards, I can run my SQL queries all in one place. So why don't I just migrate to one, all-encompassing system? And that's what Microsoft Fabric does for you. So it gives you an advantage over that person out there that has no understanding, no knowledge on the use of Microsoft Fabric. So as a data analyst in the UK, your average salary is about £40,000. In Canada, is about 64,000 Canadian dollars. In the US, is about 72,000 US dollars. That's the average per annum. How long does it take for you to transition and make the switch? 4 months, just like the data engineering program, 3 months project-based classes, and 1 month internship. I talked about the internship and why it is absolutely important. All right. Now let's move to the next role, which is the data scientist. And of course, Michael, if you remember what Michael did, he first of all carried out time series analysis to identify the patterns and trends in sales, the historical data in the past, what happened. Are there patterns to the way customers buy from us? And he was able to identify patterns that, look, this particular periods, that's when we have customers, we have high transactions and so on. So what did he do with that? He then carried out another analysis with creating a linear regression model to do what? To predict the number of employees that they need to have in the company available at those particular peak periods. And those were the times they would have overtime, and not having overtime every single day, spending money, increasing their cost unnecessarily. All right, so that was what Michael did. Now, to run your time series analysis, linear regression, logistic regression, the different other models you'll be building to predict what is likely going to happen in the future, you need to have understanding of statistics. So as a data scientist, data science, as Harvard Business Review put it a few years ago, is one of the sexiest jobs of the 21st century. And that's simply because you can tell what would happen in the future. You can predict. That's your focus. Your focus is on helping the business answer the question, what is likely going to happen? Now, once you know what is likely going to happen, it helps you do what? It helps you plan your resources. If we are going to have high sales or high number of customers coming into the business on a Sunday, what do you think we need to do? We need to provide and make available adequate number of employees to address those customers. All right. What's our sales going to look like in this particular month? It helps you plan as well, so that you make the high selling products available so customers can buy them. So that's the role of the data scientist. It's a fantastic role that helps the business plan and also answer the question, what is likely going to happen? So you need to understand statistics. Absolutely important. You'd also learn forecasting and predictive analytics using Microsoft Excel. You'd learn Tableau for data analytics and predictive analytics. All right. So you'd learn different forecasting techniques in Excel. For example, you'd learn how to do the moving average technique. You'd learn exponential smoothing, the naive approach to forecasting, linear regression, and so on and so forth. Those are the things you'll be doing, predicting, creating predictive models. You'd also learn Tableau for predictive analytics. You'd learn SQL, structured query language, like I mentioned, because it's important for you to know how to interact with databases. Any structured organization would have their data in a database. How do you access that database? How do you get your data from the database to carry out your analysis? And of course, databases also ensures data integrity. And today, working as a data professional, you know the importance of data privacy, data integrity, the GDPR, and so many other privacy laws available out there today. You'd also learn Python programming. Of course, Python would be the language you'd have to leverage as a data scientist to carry out and build a lot of those predictive models you'd be creating. Your exploratory data analysis using Python as well, exploring the data, coming up with your multivariate analysis, univariate analysis, and so on and so forth using Python. Machine learning, also using Python to do what? Build your machine learning models. You learn different machine learning algorithms, from logistic regression to naive Bayes algorithm to you'd learn logistics, you'd learn naive Bayes, you'd learn multinomial naive Bayes, you'd learn neural networks, you'd learn different machine learning models to help you come up with solutions to problems, helping the company answer questions on what is likely going to happen. You'd also build computer vision projects. Now, if you look at my video, if you look at me, you'd see that I have a background at my back. All right, I have my Tenalytics background. Now, there are things behind me. Okay, I have different things behind me, but you can't see them. Why? You can only see myself, only see my face, you can see my hands and my body. There is a program that identifies people. So when it sees somebody's face on the screen, what happens? It identifies the person. So you'll be building those type of systems, object detection, object recognition, gesture recognition, and so on and so forth. When somebody smiles, it detects the smile. So the system that enables my background to be Tenalytics, and you don't see anything else behind me other than my hands, my face, my head, my glasses, is built using a computer vision program, which is something that you'd also be building as well during your full stack data science program with us. That's the focus of the data scientists. In the UK, your annual income average is about £50,000. In Canada, is about 94,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US is about 121,000 US dollars. And of course, it takes you 4 months as well, 3 months project-based classes. Now, the beauty of project-based classes is this: you work every single thing you learn, you get to implement them on a project. Now, a lot of us have worked, we've always done statistics in high school or in the university. You know what mean, median, and mode is, but you really haven't implemented it. You don't know the practical application of it. And just to also allude to what, or buttress what he said earlier, you do your master's, nobody would show you how to use those statistical concepts to solve real world problems. All you are doing is learning theories and also writing research papers, coming up with assignments that are research-based, not practical-based, all right? So what we do is you work on projects and implement these things to show you how you can do this in the real world, how to solve problems using the different techniques you've learned, your supervised and unsupervised machine learning models. How do you implement them to solving problems in the real world? You've learned linear regression, you've learned logistic regression. How do you utilize them? All right. You've learned how to build different models. How do you implement them to solve real world problems? So the different projects you're going to work on, you'd work on them using the techniques you've learned in class on projects, and your internship as well. Also fantastic. You get to collaborate and work with different other teams, from the data science, from the data analyst team to the data engineering team. You work together to come up with solutions to specific problems. Now, the second to the last is the HR analyst. Now, as a HR analyst, what did BC do? She analyzed the people-related data in the company, and she found out that a lot of the employees were always having, always coming for overtime, and they had to pay those employees for overtime, which increased the cost of operation, right? Now, looking at the predictive model that Michael had built, BC realized that, look, we need to come up with a staff scheduling system whereby we can predict the number of staff to have at a particular point in time, thereby reducing costs. So if on a Sunday where we have peak periods, on holidays where we have peak periods, on other days where we've been able to predict that we're going to have peak periods, those are the only days we have overtime. For the remaining days during the week, we don't pay overtime to anybody, so we don't have to increase our time, our costs unnecessarily. So that's what the HR analyst does. The HR analyst would look at the people-related data. What is leading to attrition? Why are employees leaving? All right. What is our attrition? What is the turnover rate? Okay. So attrition and turnover, two different terms. How can we bring down attrition? How can we also reduce our employee turnover? Employee turnover is simply employees leaving an organization voluntarily. That's employees resigning. So when you have employees resigning, that's called employee turnover. All right. So if you have a high turnover rate, it's a problem. Okay. Attrition is a combination of employees leaving voluntarily and involuntarily. Okay. So if you also have high attrition, is also a problem. How do you bring it down? What are the factors leading to employee attrition and turnover and things like that? Your talent management, where are the best performing employees coming from? Were they recruited from LinkedIn? Were they recruited from our company's website? Were they recruited using HR consultants. So these are some of the analysis you'll be doing as a HR analytics professional. And for you to have the ability to carry out those analyses, you simply have to do what? Understand problem solving, understand how to use Excel to analyze, extract insight from data, create your pivot charts, your pivot tables, know how to use different functions in Excel. You know how to use Power BI for your data visualization, just like the data analyst. Understand how to use SQL as well, interact with the database, extract your data, connect your different analytics tools to the database to run your analysis, and so on and so forth. So as a HR analyst, you are taking two different parts, data analytics and HR, and you're fusing them together into a HR analytics role. So you learn HR analytics and performance evaluation. You learn the different HR metrics and the HR life cycle, HR analysis and dashboarding, creating dashboards, different metrics. How do I track absenteeism? How do I, track if we are meeting our diversity and inclusion targets for the year? How do I track and ensure that our attrition is at the required level? If we are going above, what are the factors leading to that increase, and so on and so forth? Collaboration and report automation. Of course, you're going to have to automate a lot of the reports you'll be delivering every single week. You have weekly reports, monthly reports. How do you ensure that you automate those reports and you don't have to do them yourself manually every single time? Building your case and creating action, which is simply showing to your organization, especially for those who currently work in the organization as HR professionals. How do you make that switch and show them that, look, this is no longer the conventional HR. I have leveled up. I have added data analytics to my HR skills, and these are the things I can do. And these are things that have helped people get jobs. And I'll give you just a very quick story. I always give this story every time. There was a gentleman who joined our program from Nigeria. He was in the HR department. The head of HR resigned, and the company needed a new head of HR. Guess what? They put out application. They put out, vacancy out for application from people, both internal and external applicants. They made it open to everybody. Now, the guy also applied. Out of everybody that applied to that role for head of HR, he was the only one that had HR analytics skills as part of his skill set. Now, what did he do? During his case study presentation, he created his dashboard using Power BI, and he presented a fantastic dashboard to the team, and they had no choice but to give him the job eventually. And that was how he was able to transition from his role as an assistant manager in that department to the head of HR by showing that he had HR analytics skills. And these are the things it takes. And so many other people I'll be showing you across Canada, across the UK, the US, working from Nigeria, working remotely, because I've seen a lot of people asking that question. A lot of people working as HR professionals that are not in the organization. All right. They're in Nigeria somewhere, they're in Ghana somewhere, but they are working for companies in the US as HR operations analysts. How did they get the role? By simply equipping themselves with this skill. What's the salary progression? What does the salary look like on the average for a HR analytics professional? In the UK, it's about £32,000. In Canada, it's about 71,000 Canadian dollars. In the US, it's about 62,000 US dollars. How long does it take? 4 months. 4 months. 3 months project-based classes, 1 month virtual internship. And a lot of people always ask the question, as a total beginner, can I be a part of the program? And the answer is yes. We actually don't expect you to have any experience, any knowledge. The data analytics bit of things will teach you. The HR analytics bit of things will teach you as well. Equip you with the skills that you need to get your journey in HR analytics started. And across all our programs, they're all beginner friendly, and we don't expect you to have any experience to join any of the programs. All right. Now let's move to the last but not the least, which is the financial analyst, Linda. What did Linda do? Linda came up with the the cost benefit analysis. How much are we going to spend? How much are we likely going to save? What is the potential savings from implementing all these recommendations based on the case study? So if we implement a self-checkout kiosk, if we have to create all these systems where we schedule employees, come work overtime on this day, you're not working overtime on that day, what's the likely savings? What's the potential savings from that? So that was what Linda was able to do, and also carried out financial forecast of the organization. That's what you'll be doing as a financial analyst. As a financial analyst, you'll be helping the company understand their financial related data, coming up with different financial analysis, modeling, creating models, and so on and so forth. So our financial analytics program is a combination of investment banking, finance, and data analytics. So you are learning problem solving, you are learning Excel, you are learning Power BI and SQL for data analytics, and then you're also learning accounting fundamentals. So if you've never done accounting before, you're not an accountant, you would learn the accounting fundamentals, what you need to know as a financial analyst. You learn financial analysis, different ratios, ratio analysis, the different type of analysis and metrics you need to take note of as a financial analyst. You build your models, your financial modeling. You learn how to build financial models from scratch for different types of businesses. The financial modeling program is so practical that your financial modeling module, you decide on the business you want to model. Okay, so you can decide, oh, I want to model Tenalytics. I want to create a financial model for a business like Tenalytics. Or I want to build a model for the next Uber, the next company like a transport company like Uber, and so on and so forth. You decide on the type of business you want to model. You learn valuation and sensitivity and scenario analysis. All right, I can see that some of you have your hands up. I'll take the questions at the end of the presentation so that we can end in very good time. All right, now, for everybody that has joined our program and gotten jobs, there is a strategy to getting jobs, especially if you're outside the UK, if you're outside Nigeria, you're outside Africa, you are in some of the major economies, you are planning to transition, you are planning to move to new countries. The technical skill is one part, and there are other sets of skills you must have. And for us at Tenalytics, we've been able to crack that code. We've cracked that part of helping people to transition by providing them with those other skills beyond the technical. All right. So as a financial analyst, you learn your financial analysis, you learn how to model different models for different businesses, business valuation, sensitivity and scenario analysis. In the UK, your salary is about £51,000. Every organization needs somebody to interpret, analyze their financial data. Finance and accounting is a language of business. Every company needs a financial analyst. In Canada, it's about 69,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it's about 74,000 US dollars. How long does it take you to transition? 4 months. 3 months project-based classes and 1 month internship, right? Now, you'll learn all these skills, and within the space of 2+ months, depending on the program you want to join, the business analysis is 3 months, all other programs are 4 months, all right? So within the space of 2+ months of your learning, project-based learning, and your 1 month internship, it gets you into the path of applying and getting jobs in any of these areas. Then how do you attend classes? You learn from the best in the industry. You've seen people like Iyi, you've seen Damola, Efemena, myself, and all the other professionals. We have a team of over 120 facilitators and trainers across different locations that would work with you in the different programs to help you get your journey into tech started. You'd learn virtually, irrespective of where you are, learning from the best in the industry. You could be somewhere in Canada, learning from myself. You could be somewhere in Nigeria, learning from Efemena. And location is not is not a limitation for you eventually. Our classes are also flexible, simply because we understand that most of the people that join our program, 90% are either working full-time 9 to 5 or doing a master's or a PhD program. So your Monday to Fridays are pretty busy. So you have your classes on Saturdays and Sundays. Okay, now Saturdays are for the live classes where you get to have a trainer, a facilitator like myself on the screen. Okay, you get to see me, we get to work on projects together, we get to interact, you ask questions, I show you what to do, you do it. If you don't get it right, I ask you to share your screen, and so on and so forth. You get that hands-on, one-on-one session every single Saturday. And on Sundays, we call it the Watch Me Do It videos, where you get to watch videos that have been pre-recorded to teach you some concepts. So at your own convenience, it's self-paced on Sundays. You can watch those videos at your convenience. In the morning, if that's when you're free, if you're a Christian, you go to church. It could be after you get back from church later in the evening. At your convenience, you watch that video on Sunday ahead of the next class the following Saturday, which is when you have your live project-based class. Now, the other part, like I mentioned, is transitioning from the classroom to getting a job. And when people make the comparison, and I kill it almost immediately when they try to compare or say, oh, is a program like Coursera? Oh, is it like watching videos on? It's totally different. Totally different. The experience is totally different. And that's simply because the major gap we've seen, I've been in training for close to 10 years, myself and Femena. And the gap we've seen, the reason why Africans are sort of disadvantaged is we don't have mentors. We don't have people who would help you make that transition from the classroom to getting the job. Yes, you've learned the skill. Yes, you are good in Excel. There are 1,000,001 other people that are also good in Excel, good in Power BI, good in Python, and whatever skill you've learned. But how do you equip yourself? How do you make yourself stand out from the competition? And that's what I'll be talking about in the next few minutes. This is one of the most important parts of what we do at Tenalytics, and that has made us successful over the years. Is the reason why everybody comes to us, which is the other 50%, that's what we call it. Having the technical skill is just 50. The ability to now transition and get a job, you need to add a suite of other 50% of skills to make you stand out. Number one is your CV review, which is yourself in paper format, your representation in paper. So if I see your CV, would I be interested in speaking with you? Would I be interested in having a conversation with you? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Now, I see what people do, the mistake a lot of people make, which is they throw out one CV to 100 jobs and hoping that one would stick. And they get, I'm sorry, I apologize, we're not going forward, and so on. Unfortunately, you would never get a positive response if you apply to jobs in that way. So how do you tailor your CV to meet the job requirements that you're applying to? How do you match your CV to the jobs you're applying to? So we'll show you how to do a job match, leveraging different tools from JobScan to Jobalytics, even ChatGPT, to doing a job match between your CV and the job you're applying to. All right. We'll also show you how to beat the ATS system, the applicants tracking system, because every organization would want to. No organization would have the time to look through 1,000 CVs. So there are systems to remove CVs that don't have the required keywords. In essence, your CV does not match what they are looking for. We'll show you how to do all of that to ensure that your CV always beats the ATS system. Number two is LinkedIn optimization. You are a business analyst, or you want to transition into business analysis, but then I go to your LinkedIn profile and all you talk about is something totally unrelated to business analysis. How do you optimize your LinkedIn profile? Having a very good introduction, a good profile, having your years of your experience properly structured that attracts the best of the best organization. How do you look for jobs and search for jobs on LinkedIn? That's another aspect that is very crucial. And like I always tell people, LinkedIn is your #1 social proof. Everybody today at the end of the session would go on LinkedIn and do a search, Adeza Suleiman. They'll do a search, Efemena Ipro. They'll do a search, Iyi Awonuga. All right, that's one of the social proof you have, your LinkedIn profile. So why wouldn't you take it seriously? All right, so would help you optimize your LinkedIn profile. And a lot of people talk about remote jobs. Oh, I want to get jobs. I'm in Nigeria, I'm in Ghana. How can I get jobs abroad? How can I earn in dollars or in euros and spend in Naira or spend in CD, for example? Upwork optimization. So if you don't have an Upwork profile, and Upwork is simply a platform where you can apply to jobs apply to freelance jobs or even long-term projects, and where you get to work remotely on those projects, get them done and get paid very good, fantastic remuneration. So if you have an Upwork profile, it would help you optimize that. If you don't, it would help you build one and optimize it for you. Number 4 is navigating the job market. And this is where you've learned all the skills, you know what to do, but you don't know how to apply to a job based on your location. And one of the major mistakes people make, I've seen this happen too many times. And that's why I tell people that, look, be very careful with the people you hang around. Be careful with the type of information you believe and you consume. All right. People will tell you, oh, UK experience. If you don't have UK experience, you cannot get a job. If you don't have Canadian experience, you cannot get a job. You heard from Damola, who works in Canada, who has a job in one of the banks in Canada. All right. I've been in the UK for quite a while. I've worked with so many companies, same with Efemena. And I'll tell you for a fact, Canada work experience, I would say it any single time, every single day, UK work experience is BS. It does not exist. You not being able to sell yourself, you not being able to convince a potential recruiter that you have the skills to get the job, you are the best candidate for that job, does not mean you need UK experience. So people try to create those narratives around UK work experience when they cannot get the job. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere. And that's one of the things would help you do, show you how to navigate the job market. What are you trying to get out of this particular country? Are you looking to switch from your student visa to a tier 2 skilled worker visa, for example? What are the options available to you? All right, would show you how to do that, show you the different systems available. One of them is simply transitioning from one visa to the other visa, people not knowing that it's a point-based system and the focus should be on getting the points required. In the UK, for example, you have something called the shortage occupation list. As a data analyst, as a business analyst, as a data engineer, as a data scientist, as a HR analyst, as a financial analyst, you're on the shortage occupation list. Being on the shortage occupation list already gives you 20 points out of 70. 20 points straight away out of 70. So the other 50 points, how do I get it? What are the requirements? What are the criteria? Okay, so we'll show you all these things to help you navigate the job market depending on your location. And of course, recommendations and references, we provide that for you. They are absolutely important. My email is filled up with different recommendations and reference requests from different companies for our participants who have completed their program. They've applied to jobs, they've gotten the jobs, and the companies are trying to confirm their, they've stated Tenalytics as their reference, and the companies will do their due diligence to find out, from us, and we provide the most compelling references and recommendations for you. Number 6 is job and interview preparation. Now, a lot of people would get opportunities because they've done all the other things well. You have a good profile, you have a good CV, but then you don't know how to introduce yourself. You don't know how to communicate confidently you struggle when they ask you questions as simple as, tell me about a time you have used data to solve a talent management issue as a HR analyst. You then start to blab. Okay? Or questions as simple as what? Introduce yourself. Let's get to know you. And I'll tell you for a fact, I've worked with so many people, and you'll be shocked that a simple question like that goes unanswered. Or you'd hear very funny things like, oh, my name is Adeza Suleiman. I'm the first son of my family. I'm from Kogi State, this local government. You hear very funny things that will blow your mind. And that's simply because there's no structure. You've not prepared in a constructive manner to answering those questions. All right. So we teach you the different techniques and the different approach to answering those questions. For example, how do you introduce yourself? Seats. If you don't take anything out of this session today, take this. Seats. What does seats mean? S for skills, E for experience, A for achievement, and T for what? Traits or type of person. All right. So what are your skills? If you are ever asked to introduce yourself, you start from that. How many years of experience do you have? What have you done? What's your achievements? Mention two, at the maximum, 3 key achievements. And your type of person. Are you team oriented? Are you a problem solver? But you always want to ensure that your type of person aligns with the core values of the organization you're applying to. So having a constructive approach to answering questions are very, very crucial. And there's no question that does not have its own specific approach to answering those questions. And once you have this, properly outlined, the type of questions you're likely going to ask. You have somebody that sits down with you, simulates those type of questions. You get prepared for anything that comes up eventually. All right. And that's what we do during your job and interview preparation sessions to ensure that you put your best foot forward. And last but not the least is weekly mentorship sessions. All right. Weekly mentorship sessions. Your weekly mentorship sessions happen every week during the week. All the sessions are recorded. Okay. So even if you miss the session, you have the recording for all the programs we offer. All your classes are recorded, and that's the beauty of being in a virtual class across different regions. So let's assume on a Saturday you are busy, you missed a class on Saturday, you couldn't attend because you had an emergency in the office. All you have to do is when you get back later in the evening, just go to the platform, which I'll show you the platform before we wrap up today. Look at what was done in class on that particular day, watch the recording, and if you have questions, you send your messages into the chat. And if you still can't solve the problem you're trying to solve, your data coach or data coordinator would set up something we call a drop-in session with you, where they have a quick drop-in session, show you what to do, get that problem resolved for you. All right. So these are the other 50% that a lot of people struggle. Very sound people, but they don't know how to ace interviews. They don't know what to say in interviews. They don't know how to introduce themselves. They don't know how to sell themselves, which is the number one thing you have to do. Everybody has to be a salesperson because you must always sell yourself at every point in time. So how do you sell yourself during an interview? Very, very crucial. Now, these are some of the professionals you'll be working with in our program from Efemena in the UK, myself as well in the UK, Nene, who is a commercial analytics professional with Zelos here in the UK. Zelos is a Nike licensee. Working with Inena, a product manager, would work with the business analysis team. Obina in Canada as a data scientist. Shane works with Visa here in the UK, work with the business analysis team. Linda, Emmanuel for HR, Kelvin, Tenyola, Abdurrahman works with the Big Four here in the UK. You have Olubemi, who is in Canada, who is going to work with you guys in the data analytics and also HR and financial analytics. So you're working with the best in the industry. And one of the things we pride ourselves on is you won't work with people who have gone to learn on YouTube, the so-called YouTube or so-called Coursera and so on. You're working with people who have done the job. They've done the job and they're currently doing the job. They've worked as data analysts. They've worked as data scientists with the biggest organizations across the globe. So you can ask questions that would make a lot of sense and you can relate with easily, especially when you see what is happening out there, right? So these are the professionals you'll be working with. Some of the professionals, there are so many other people internally. We have full-time, over 30 full-time data coaches, program leads that will be helping you make this transition as well. Our next cohort starts on the 7th of October, right? The program for September started on the 2nd of September, if I'm correct. Yes, on the 2nd of September, we had our September cohort start. The October cohort starts on the 7th of October. So for those who would love to be a part of the October program, this is the time to get in. Now, a lot of people have been asking, what does it cost to be a part of this? How do I join? And there are some, I would like to ask this question. So if this is not your first masterclass, perhaps you've joined our masterclass in August. We had a lot in August. We had in July. I would love to know why you haven't started your journey. If this is your first masterclass, fine, fantastic. But if this is not your first masterclass, I would like to know why you haven't started your journey into tech. Because our next cohort starts on the 7th of October, 2023. Now, this gives you a unique opportunity to get your journey into tech started before the end of the year. So you start 2024 on a resounding note, applying to the biggest possible jobs out there, and seeing that you are moving also with the trend of where the world of work is going to. So what does it take to be a part of the program? Now, if you're making payments in Canadian dollars, it's 600 Canadian dollars. If you're paying in pounds, it's 400 pounds to be a part of the program. And if you're paying in Naira, it's 320,000 Naira. Now, what we always do and what we've always done, because we try to make it, number one, get as many Africans and people of the Black community into tech. Secondly, also ensure that we make it easy for those who would love to join to be a part of the program. So we are offering a discount for the first 20 people who would be joining from this particular session, right? From this particular session, the first 20 people to register would get a discount. So rather than paying 600 Canadian dollars or paying 400 pounds or paying 320,000 Naira, you get a discounted fee. They're paying in Canadian dollars of 500 instead of 6. If you are paying in Naira, 270,000 Naira instead of 320. And if you are paying in pounds, 300 pounds instead of 400 pounds. And you can make payments in 2 installments. The first installment, if you are paying in Canadian dollars, is 350 to start and 150 1 month after the program commences. If you're paying in Naira, it's 180 to get started, and then 90,000 1 month after the program commences. Pounds, 200 pounds to start, and then 100 pounds 1 month after. All right. Now, data engineering, the fee is the only different fee out of the other programs that I shared with you today. For data engineering, the discounted fee is 600 Canadian dollars instead of 700. 350,000 instead of 450, and 400 pounds instead of 500 pounds. And you can also make payments in 2 installments as well. 450, 150, 250, 100, and 300 and 100. Now, like I mentioned, the beauty is you have the opportunity to make your payment in 2 installments. The first installment gets you into class. The second installment is 1 month after the program commences. So that makes it easy and flexible. And this is for the first 20 people to start. All right. The first 20 people to join from this session would get the opportunity of being a part of the program starting on the 7th of October. Now, how do you make payments for those who would love to be a part? And I'll take questions shortly in the next 10 minutes, I'll be taking questions, all right? So if you want to be a part of the program, you want to make payments, there are different ways you can make payments, and I'll be sharing that with you as well. All you have to do once you get the slide, now you're going to get the recording, you get the slide, and you can always, of course, look into the details of all the different programs you'd love to join. But once you click on this link, it takes you into the space over here. Now, I'm still going to share some success stories with you, people who have been able to make that switch and make the transition. Very fantastic stories. So sit back, relax, and I'll be sharing that with you and also taking questions from you as well. Okay, so first of all, you have the brochures for all the different programs. If you want to be a part, if you click on this link, it takes you to the brochures. But if you want to make payments in Naira, all you have to do, you see the Naira card payments, you come in here. If you click on this link, all right, you click on the link, it takes you into where you can join any of the programs, okay? Data analytics, business analysis. Let's click data analytics, for example, and then you see the data analytics program. You can then choose if you want to make the part payments or full payments. Full payments, the discounted fee of 270. If I select the part payment, for example, you have the discounted fee of 180. So that's the first payment, and then you make your balance payment afterwards. Now, if you want to make payments in pounds or in dollars or in Canadian dollars, you can also do that using what? PayPal. So if you want to make payments in pounds, for example, you can make payments using PayPal using this link. So if I want to make the full payment, I click on full payment. It takes me into the full payment link, £300 for any of the programs you'd love to join. And then all you have to do is click on buy now, click on PayPal. And of course, if you have a PayPal account, fantastic. All you have to do is you can make payments using PayPal, or you simply select pay by debit or credit card. And then all you have to do is enter your details, and then you can make payment to be a part of the program. All right. This is, of course, if you want to pay in pounds or you want to pay in Canadian dollars, you also have the PayPal link for that as well. Now, if you want to make payments using a direct transfer, that's also available. So let's assume, you have issues making payments online, you want to do a direct transfer, that's also available for you to do. If you're in the UK, you can also do that. You can do the direct transfer to our UK account. And of course, if you're in Nigeria as well, you can also make payment to our Fidelity Bank account and be a part of the program. Once you've done that, like my colleagues would share with you in the chats, and also when you get the recording, you'd also get all the details of everything I've said, all the details of the program, how to make payments, and so on and so forth. If you're in Ghana and you want to make payments in cedis, you don't bother yourself. Just make the payment, go to the Naira option, pay in Paystack, it does the conversion for you. Or you can pay in pounds using the PayPal option, it does the conversion for you automatically. Just pay using the link if you are in Ghana. We have a lot of our Ghanaians in our programs, a whole lot of Ghanaians in our programs, all right? And once you've done that, you've made payments, all you have to do is click to upload your proof of payment, right? All you have to do is come back here, click on upload your receipts. And once you click on upload your payments, you'll be registering for the October cohorts starting on the 7th of October, all right? Starting on the 7th of October. So my colleagues are on the call and they would share your websites. If you want to make payments on the website as well, you can also do that. Our website is tenalytics.io. All right. If you go to the website, you can also, but you don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of the payment options, right? So that's why we provide the link that makes it a bit flexible for you. So you can also come to the website, for example, I want to join the business analysis. You can see we currently have the discount. Instead of 320, it's for 270. And you can make, all you have to do is click, view the course, and enroll now. Once you click on enroll now, you need to enter your email, set up a password, and that takes you to where you can make payment to be a part of the program, all right? But with this, you can only make payments using Paystack. You can't do a transfer. You can't make payments using PayPal if you're in Canada, if you're in the UK as well. And that's why we make the other flexible option available for you. How much is Financial Analytics? These are the different fees you have in here. All right. So you can just take a screenshot of this so you don't miss out on it. Just take a screenshot. Also, I would also advise you take a screenshot of the account details for those of you who want to make payments doing the direct transfer. Because remember, the discount is only for the first 20 people from this session. Now, Rafiat, I'd love you to listen to Rafiat. So I have a couple of amazing people that have joined our program and they are doing fantastic job. They've gotten jobs out there across different regions. This is Rafiat in the UK. She got a job as a business analyst after training with us. And what I'll do very quickly is just a 1-minute video. I'll just play this very quickly and I want you to listen to what Rafiat has to say. And then what I'll do is I'll take questions that you have. I can see David's hand has been up for quite a while. All right, but let's listen to Rafiat first of all. Okay, listen to Rafiat very quickly.
Hi, good day. My name is Ramat, and if you're stumbling on this, trust me, you've landed in the right place because I'm going to be briefly sharing my experience with you about my journey with Tenalytics and how I was able to get a job within 3 months of joining the cohort. I joined them and enrolled for the course. Tenalytics has well-seasoned facilitators who are experts in the field. Imagine not having any experience beforehand as a business analyst and finishing with Tenalytics as a pro. Personally, I also got interview preparation sessions that helped me prepare well for my interviews, and this enabled me ace my interview. So if you're looking to transition or you're having any doubt, trust me, you shouldn't, because Tenalytics is really amazing and you should consider enrolling.
Somebody said they can't hear her. If you can confirm that you could hear Rafiat, could you hear Rafiat speak?
I think your audio wasn't connected.
Or the audio wasn't connected?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did that already. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, but I think I addressed that already. Okay, so let's try this again. So I'll share my screen again. All right, and I want us just to listen to Rafiat. Okay, so let's try it again one more time.
Hi, good day. My name is Ramat, and if you're stumbling on this,
Can you increase the volume?
please, because I'm going to be briefly sharing.
Yeah, I've done that. It's on the highest volume.
About my journey with Tenalytics and how I was able to get a job within 3 months of.
It's just low, that's all.
I joined them and enrolled for the course. Tenalytics has well-seasoned facilitators who are experts in the field. Imagine not.
All right. So since the audio is low, I really don't know why the volume is low.
Finishing with Tenalytics as a pro. Personally, I also got interview.
Okay, so what I'll do is simple, yeah? When we share the recordings with you.
This college student had to bring his dog with him to class.
But this is loud, so why is that particular?
This college student had.
Right. So what I'll simply do is when we share the slides with you, you have all the recordings, you have everything. All you have to do is just click on the link. It takes you to our YouTube. Okay, so if you go to our YouTube, for example, if I search for Tenalytics, okay, it takes you to our YouTube page. And all you have the opportunity to listen to all the amazing people that have said fantastic stuff about what we've done, the amazing work we are doing at Tenalytics. All right. So all you have to do is just to come here and you have the opportunity to listen to the amazing people that have said absolutely fantastic stuff. So let's see if any of them would be loud enough again. I'll try one more time. I'm not sure why it's not loud enough, but let's try one more time and see. Let's listen to somebody else and see. Let's listen.
Hello everyone, my name is Modele Cole.
Now, it's still very low, all right? So what I'll do, like I said, is I'll share the slides with you with all the links to all the testimonials, and you have the opportunity to listen to Solomon, who, for example, Ramat got a job in the UK as a business analyst. After just within 3 months of the training with us, she had never done business analysis before. Ramat joined our program in the UK. She's working as a business analyst. You have Solomon, who was fresh out of the university in Nigeria, studied engineering, but is working as a financial analyst with Kegos Group, somebody who had never done finance before, joined our program and is doing absolutely well. And you have so many videos. You have Konadu from Ghana. You have Sheila, who joined our HR analytics program from Ghana as well. Take our time, listen to Sheila, listen to all the fantastic people that have joined. And I'm simply just going to show you. Sunday, got a job as a regulatory data analyst in the UK after training in our full stack data science program. Sunday joined the program, completed his data science program with us, and then he had an interview opportunity, reached out to us. We prepared him for the interview, and eventually he went to the interview and performed phenomenally well, and he got the job as a regulatory data analyst in the UK. You have Nathaniel, who works with the largest private research pharmaceutical firm in Spain, in Barcelona, completed our full stack data science program. And this is Nathaniel, sending a message saying that, look, I'm very excited. Gracias. I got the job, man. I got a confirmation. Thank you for your help. Sending a message to one of our senior data associates that prepared him for that interview. You have Amaka. Amaka works as a business support analyst with one of the councils here in the UK after joining our data analytics program. You have Adesola. Desola joined, and Desola has recommended at least 3 more people after she got a job. She joined our business analysis program. She got a job with the NHS here in the UK as a business analyst. And Desola has recommended 3 other people to join the business analysis program as well. And this is Desola sending a message to me saying, hello, Adeza. I'm pleased to inform you that I got the job with the NHS. Thank you so much for your efforts, and I'm very grateful. These are people that joined the masterclass just like you've joined today. They joined the program, and within the space of 3 months, they did all the things they needed to do in terms of learning the technical skill, preparing their CVs, optimizing their LinkedIn profile, doing all the things, interview preparation sessions, and eventually making the transition. You have Benga, who is in Poland, who works as a business data analyst. He got a full-time job as a business data analyst after trying for 2 years. Benga moved to Poland in 2021, but never got the opportunity to land the job. Now, he joined our program in February this year. We worked with him. I personally worked with Benga. I prepared him for his interview. He had 4 other preparation sessions from our senior data associates. And today, Benga works as a business data analyst. And he had 3 more offers. So after getting the job, he got 3 more offers. And that was a fantastic thing, because he had gotten to that point where he knew what to do when he got into interviews. So he knew how to sell himself. He had prepared, and he had something we call interview experience. All right. So this is Benga sending me a message. Boss, I got the job. I was very excited for him. And he was telling me that, look, I just really want to say I appreciate the opportunity you gave to me. But I was telling Benga that, look, Benga, you did this because, of course, yes, you paid us to be a part of our program, and then you are getting the benefits for taking that step to joining our program. And of course, you have Steven. Steven worked as a customer success analyst. A lot of you would know about this, especially for those moving to the UK, moving to Canada, having to do the stopgap jobs, okay, like customer care jobs, domestic care jobs, and so on and so forth. Stephen was able to land a job as a junior data analyst with the Access Group in the UK after joining our data analytics program. And this is Stephen. When he reached out to me about his interview, I sent materials to him for him to prepare. We had interviews, preparation sessions together, and then he sent me a job. Good morning, but I have boss, I have got the job, and I was super excited for him. And of course, he joined the group, he joined the company, and he even sent a video. He sent a video of his unboxing of his laptop and all the other things he got. This is Whistling. Whistling also got a job as a sales analyst. Whistling got a job as a sales analyst with Shell in the UK after completing our data analytics program. You have Emeka, who got a job with the Western Union as a digital analyst after completing our data analytics. Olugbemi, also in Canada, working as a business data analyst. Olugbemi's story is also very, very interesting. I'd encourage you to listen to Olugbemi's story over here, how he started, just like so many of you would also start. He left his job in Nigeria as a banker, all right, moved to Canada, needed to get a job, and eventually he joined us at Tenalytics. When he was joining, he told me his objective. And when he had interviews, we worked together, we prepared him for his interviews, and he was able to get a job as a business data analyst. Now, I talked about when he talked about Excel and Power BI being enough to get you a job as a data analyst. I talked about somebody who got a job with just Excel. And this is a gentleman, his name is Uthman. Uthman's assessment center for the business intelligence officer role was 100% Excel. They did not require anything else from him apart from just Excel. I worked with Uthman. He joined our data analytics program. And what I told him was, look, this case study you've sent to me that the NHS wants you to present, it's too simple for me to do anything. I'm going to leave it to you because you've done everything in class. Go back, solve it yourself. Let me see what you've done. Uthman went back and he did 95% of the job. I just told him, look, tweak this, tweak that, tweak this, tweak that. He went for the interview and he did an amazing job. Ubong joined our full stack data science program and today works as a data analyst in the UK with Cognizant. You have Idris. Idris at DBC works with Jaguar Land Rover in the UK, Coventry, after joining our as a data engineer, after joining our data science program. You have Chizoba, who works with the NHS as a data engineer after joining our program. You have Ebube, works with the NHS as a data scientist after joining our data science program. So you'd see Ebube saying, thank you very much, Tenalytics, my very first job, proper job in the UK. And a lot of people can relate to that. All right. And this is Ebube getting a job, a sponsored job in the UK after joining our data science program. This is Abdul Rashid. When you talk about remote jobs, Abdul Rashid got a remote job somewhere, lives in Kwara State, Ilorin, Nigeria. He got a job as a data scientist with Chal 420 in the US after joining our full stack data science program. So when you talk about remote jobs, oh, I want to work remotely. I want to work from Ghana. I want to work from Nigeria and be a part and work remotely for some of the biggest companies. This is an example that shows you that, look, it always seems impossible until it's done. When you don't see an example of somebody that has done it, then it seems impossible. You also have Victor, who joined our HR analytics program. And within the space of 2 months after joining our HR analytics program, Victor landed a job with Hugo in Chicago, Illinois, working remotely from Lagos, Nigeria, working with a company in the US before completing the HR analytics program, right? You have Maureen, who got a job with TELUS, a telecommunications company, as a HR data analyst after completing our HR analytics program. So when we tell people that, look, you don't need experience, okay? All you have to do is equip yourself with a skill. Maureen had never worked in Canada. She had never done HR before, but she got a job as a HR data analyst after completing our HR analytics program. So that misconception and myth of Canadian work experience is an excuse. Is an excuse for your shortcoming during the recruitment phase. It doesn't exist. All right. You have Thelma, who got a job as a HR analyst in Birmingham, and I can go on and on. You have Rafiat, who got a job as a business analyst after completing our business analysis program. You have Solomon working as a financial analyst after completing our financial analytics. You have Victor who works as a financial analyst after completing our financial analytics program. You have Bumi working as a market data analyst after completing our and so on and so forth. I can go on and on and on about all the amazing people. But again, take our time and look at what people have done, people that have joined our program, what they've been able to achieve. Unfortunately, there is something wrong with the audio of my computer. I'm not sure what the problem is, but when you get the slides, take our time, follow us on Instagram, follow us on YouTube, follow us across our different platforms and see the amazing stuff we've been doing over the years. I'm going to take questions now before we call it a day. I'll take questions before we call it a day. All right, what is full stack? Full stack data science, we call it full stack simply because it encompasses beyond just the typical data science programs, which typically when you go to other learning programs, you'd only see Python, machine learning, pretty much that's what you would learn, all right? But in our program, you would learn Excel, all right? You'd learn Excel, exploratory data analysis, you'd learn Python, you'd learn Power BI, you learn Tableau, I beg your pardon, you'd learn Excel, you'd learn Tableau, you'd learn statistics. That's the very fundamental into data science. And then you'd learn SQL. So you are learning different aspects of the data science program. And that gives you the opportunity to work as a full stack data scientist after completing that program. So what it also does for you, it gives you advantage over people who wants to get a data science job, but they only know how to use Python. They don't know how to use Excel to create dashboards. They don't know how to use Tableau for predictive analytics and so on and so forth. All right. So let's take questions very quickly. I'll start with the charts. I'll start with the charts and then I'll move to those that have their hand up. Of course, starting with Ayodeji, because Ayodeji has had his hand up for quite a while now. Asian is saying I'll enroll for the November. The November program starts the very first Saturday of November. I think that's on the 5th, if I'm correct. Now, what I would advise you to do, Asian, you can defer your program and take advantage of the discounts. Okay, so you make the payment to be a part of the program and then you defer the program to November. Yes, you can do that because for the November program, you're not going to get the same discounts that we have in October. All right, so that's one way you can take advantage of that, Asian. Okay, so let's take questions from Ayodeji. Ayodeji, if you are still there, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead and ask your question, Ayodeji.
Yeah, good evening, Adaeze. Well, really appreciate this teaching tonight.
Good evening, Ayodeji.
Yeah, very important knowledge. I just want to ask one or two things. Yeah, what is it possible? Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, is it possible to combine business data analysis and data analysis? That's first question. And
sorry, I didn't get that. Can you say that again, please?
Is it possible to combine during your breakdown of data analysis and business analysis? Is it possible to merge the two together during the training? That's my first question. My second question is the October lecture that is going to start or there is going to commence. Are we going to get update before then? That is second one. Roughly, or thirdly, let me just use this opportunity. You are saying 320 and 270 discount if we are paying now. Where in general economy, are you giving a preferential treatment when the times come? Because we have to pay before we start the lecture, which I'm very sure of. Can we still pay 270 then, or is basically 320 as you said? That's my three questions.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure if I got the third question, but I'll try to. I think I got the essence of it. Now, the first question, is it possible to combine? It is impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is possible, yeah? That's my principle. However, I would not advise, and let me explain the reason why. Now, all the speakers that came up to speak earlier, and which is a sentiment I also share in terms of practicality, you can't learn everything at once.
Okay.
You put yourself in a very precarious situation when you try to learn the data, because the programs are intensive and immersive. So my advice would be to, if you want to learn the two, there's no problem about that. Learning is continuous, but you start with one, complete that, and then move to the other one.
Okay.
Yes. The second question, updates before the program. So when you say updates, do you mean sort of like a reminder or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you said the program for tonight is stated for
Yes.
October, if I'm right.
It's for the
So-
cohort starting in October, yes.
Yeah, so if it's possible to get update, because I discovered you guys did a lot of work on your WhatsApp today to keep us updated for the meeting by 5 p.m. Nigerian time.
Okay.
So I was
Okay.
hoping, is it via me or via WhatsApp for this October program, we're going to get something like this?
Absolutely, you will. So
Okay.
that's what I always advise as well, that when you see the form to register your attendance, please do. So what that does for us is we reach out to you to send the recordings. We have your email. We can send you the recordings of the session, send you the slides and all the necessary information that you need for the program. And again, our WhatsApp group, fantastic. That's an avenue for us to communicate with you easily, which would also do. All right.
Lovely.
Yes. So I guess your third question is if you can still pay the discounted fee, even
By the October when the lecture is about to start.
So no, the discount would have closed by then. All right.
Okay.
So we make these discounts available for those who are serious to get started. All right. Because one of the things we've seen is people making that being procrastinating, if you will, people procrastinating. This is something you want to do. You want to get into tech, all right? You want to become a data analyst, a business analyst, and so on. One of the first things that shows your commitment to achieving that is by taking that first step, all right? Which is usually a difficult step. I would definitely not underrate the fact that it's a major endeavor, if you will. So making that first step is actually very crucial. So we make it easy for those who wants to get started, make the first step, get into the program and get their journey started. So we make that discount available, but it goes off eventually before the program starts. So I would also share the platform. So for those who wants to see what the platform looks like, and typically I've offered 6 programs today.
Yeah.
For one program, for data analytics, we have the time zones available for those in Europe. So if you're in the UK, you are in Nigeria, we have similar time zones. If you're in the US, you are in Canada, you have, similar time zones as well. So we have classes tailored to those regions. All right. We have our classes tailored to those regions. So it makes it easy for anybody across the globe to join any of the programs as well. Right.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Ayodeji. So I'll take the next question from, I think that's James. James, if you are still there, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I must say that it's been really, really insightful so far. So I have 3 quick questions. The first one is, how many hours would it typically take to learn weekly? How many hours would we learn weekly? That's one. Then do you have any experience with helping people get jobs with visa sponsorship? Because I'm in Nigeria presently, and you know how that goes. I believe you understand that. The third one is, my end goal actually is machine learning engineering. So I want to know, do you think the data science track would be the best if I want to build ML models like ChatGPT and the rest later in the future? And as an addendum to that, I also like to know, I see you talked about computer vision in the curriculum for the data science. So I'd like to know the kind of projects, like, do you have a project on computer vision that I could showcase in the future? That's it from me. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic questions, James. So the first one, how many hours? So your class, let me just mute for the feedback. So your classes are on Saturdays and Sundays. 3 hours on Saturdays, 3 hours on Sundays. Now on Saturdays is when you have your live sessions, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., depending on your location. So let's assume you join the data science program and you are in Nigeria, like you said. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, you have your class for 3 hours. On Sunday, you don't have a live class. It's more self-paced. So you get to watch the Watch Me Do It video at your own convenience, which is also estimated that you put in your own personal study and practice time for another 3 hours. So that's 6 hours in total. All right. You'd also get an assignment before the next class, because again, like I mentioned, all the things you do would have to be put into practice. So you're going to get an assignment after every single weekend. So you have a Saturday and Sunday class, 3 hours, 3 hours. You get an assignment during the week, and you also get to make presentations. So for every week, these are the things you do. Number one, you'd have your class 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday. You get a task that you're going to solve and present your solution to that task during that same week. Okay, so I would say if you look at that, you would have a minimum of about 10 hours during the week. Okay, now because the Sunday is not a live class, it's flexible. So what people do is, if I have 3 hours on Sunday to watch my videos, I can break it down. I want to watch the video Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. All right, I'll take out time maybe on Monday, 30 minutes, on Tuesday, another 30 minutes. So I'm not going to cram, myself up or pack everything into 3 hours at a stretch. Okay, so that's how the program goes in terms of the number of hours in a week. During the week, we also have something we call the drop-in sessions. The drop-in sessions are simply sessions that you organize with your data coach, with your trainer, if there is something you don't understand and you need practical help. So you need somebody to actually show you what to do, because all the things they must have shown you through the WhatsApp message, you tried them, they did not work out. Okay, so we have the drop-in sessions. It's not compulsory anyway, but we advise that if you can make the time, join the drop-in sessions, you'd learn 1 or 2 things. Now, experience with visa sponsorship. When you say experience, we're not immigration consultants, all right? So we don't actually do the visa in terms of the documentation and all of that for you, no. But we let you know what is available, because yes, we have experience across the different visa pathways available, what you can do, how you should start, and we work with different other experts in that regard, and we can connect you with immigration consultants that can work with you in terms of if you need help with regards to documentation. Most of the time, a lot of the immigration pathways available are things you can do on your own. Okay, so all we do is we let you know what is available, what you need to do, how to put your documents together, and then you go do it yourself. Okay, number 3 is the end goal is machine learning. You start from data science. That's the starting point for you. Eventually, you'd also need to add data engineering to that, but you start from data science. If that's the end goal, data science is where you start. Now, computer vision. Yes, I'll show you projects that has been built on computer vision, and this is available even on LinkedIn. I'll show you that very quickly, and then you get to see that. Just give me 1 second. I'll go on LinkedIn and I'll show you some of the projects are going to build. And like we say, we always advise people that, look, when you build, you put it out there on LinkedIn to showcase to people. Right? So let me just bring that very quickly. Okay. Let me see if this brings it up. If not, I'll just show you from the Femena's page. But when people build, they always, okay, so let's look at this. This is Samuel Alajo. Samuel Alajo, this was 3 months ago, all right? And he's talking about computer vision hand detection project. So he's built and he's posted it on LinkedIn, because that's what we always advise you. If you are a data scientist with us, you must have a social proof. So this is what he's built. Despite its challenges, hand detection is a valuable computer vision task. Of course, you can see all the hashtag Tenalytics. So let's see what is built. I'm just going to click the play button. Okay. Let me maximize it. So if you can see what Samuel is doing, Samuel Alajo is doing, he has a hand detection. He's built a hand detection project, and you can see that he's detecting his fingers. When he folds his fingers, it detects what all the things he's doing. Now, one of the things you can also do is connect this even to your computer in a way that once you pinch your fingers, increase and decrease, it increases the volume and reduces the volume of your computer. So these are some of the things you build. I'll just check if I can see others. Okay, this is another one. This is Joy Christopher. 1 month ago, Joy Christopher is saying, special thanks to Tenalytics FMNI Pro as I begin to wrap up my data science program. It has been a wonderful experience so far. So this is a pose detection program, which is also computer vision. Let's play and see what she's doing. Okay, so this is the pose detection. And you can see it can detect her pose, even though she's dancing. It can detect her hands, her legs, her shoulders. It's a pose detection program built by Joy, all right? So these are some of the computer vision programs you're going to build. And if I scroll down, you can see this is Hanatu. Hanatu also, it's a hand detection program. You can see, let's click on play and let's see what Hanatu is doing. All right, Tenalytics hand detection program. So this is loading and you can see what it looks like. All right, so these are some of the computer vision programs I'm going to build in the data science program. Okay, so that's Hanatu. Hanatu is very active on LinkedIn. Okay, so if you go on LinkedIn, follow Hanatu. She's doing fantastic. She completed our program about 7 months ago. And you can see this is my Tenalytics project on hand detection in computer vision. And she's talking about what she's done. Thanks to Tenalytics for making this happen. Okay, so that's Hanatu. All right, so I hope I answered your question, James. I know you're muted now, but I hope I've been able to answer your question. Now, before we start to wrap up, what I'll do is, while I take other questions, I'll show you what the platform looks like very quickly. Okay, what the platform looks like. Now, when you join, you receive a welcome kit. You join our platform where every single material you have is available to you. You have lifetime access to these materials. So let's take, for example, the business analysis that started in August, and let's see what they've done so far. So now if you look at this, you'd see business analysis EU, business analysis NA. All right, so EU for Europe, NA for North America. So the Europe class would include those in Nigeria, those in the UK, across Europe, and similar time zones. And North America, if you're in Canada, you are in the US. But let's open one and let's see what we have in there, okay? So business analysis, this is the August cohort, 2308, for those within Nigeria, within Europe, and so on. We have 45 students in this class. All right, classwork, let's see what they've done. So this is the platform where you have every single thing. All right, and at the very top, you have the link that shows interview prep or clarity session. So you have an interview coming up. All you have to do is go to your platform, click on the link, okay? And once you click on the link, it takes you into the page where you select the date and time you want to have your interview prep. The next available time, for example, is on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Click on next, enter all your details, click on schedule events, and then you get a meeting invite for your interview preparation session. All right, so they've had their third CV review class, but let's go right to the very beginning. So when you join the platform, the very first thing you get to do is what? You get onboarded into the platform. Welcome to BA. You have your welcome kit. The welcome kit contains all your timeline, the class duration, your timetable, when you have classes, and so on. And then you have how to navigate the Slack channel, because you're going to be in a Slack group. You'd also be in a WhatsApp group as well. Okay, so you have installations, how to install Power BI for Mac, Power BI for Windows, PostgreSQL, and you move to your very first class on Microsoft Excel. Okay, now I mentioned that the beauty of being a part of Tenalytics is everything is organized and structured for you. Now, let's assume you miss this class, the first class on Excel. When you come to the platform, all you have to do is go to your class material. You see all the materials that was used in that particular class, and there is a case study that is solved. And what's that case study about? The case study is on customer behavior and marketing analysis. That was the case study they solved on that day. You have the background, you have the data dictionary, you have everything and the tailored analysis for this particular case study. Now, all you need to do is go to the class recording, click on the link on the class recording, and you get to see everything that was done in class. So you don't miss anything in class. And that's the beauty of being a part of Tenalytics. All right, so you have your class recording. We're not going to play this because of time. Okay, so that's the very first class. So you have the class materials, you have the class recording, every other thing you need. You move to the second class, Excel, and if you go to the class material as well, you have a different case study. So your classes are case study based, practical based, solving problems for companies. Now, your objective for this particular case study is what? The results, this particular result, the Sunshine result, has consulted you as the business analyst to gain actionable insights and data-driven recommendations to enhance their guest experience and optimize their hotel experience. And of course, to maximize revenue. Every company wants to maximize revenue eventually. So that's what you have to do. So you have your tailored analysis to solving this problem. I'm going to show you on WhatsApp what people have done, because when you solve a problem, you present your findings, and you also create your dashboard as well. Okay, so I'll show you the new cohorts that started this September and what they've already been able to do. So you have your case study presentation, because one of the critical skills that nobody would tell you as an analyst, a business analyst, a data analyst, a financial analyst is communication and being able to pass across your message. So you get to present your findings through case study presentations, all right? So let's look at the case study presentation. And this is where you work together in teams, different team members. And then one person presents on behalf of the team. Okay, I'm going to wait for it to load and maybe we'll come back to this. So this is what the class looks like. This is what the system looks like. You have your first mentorship session, your first CV review session, you have your Power BI class, you have your SQL class, and then you have your second CV review session and immigration pathways for technical professionals. Okay, so James, just like the question you were asking, will make this information available to you. All right, what are the immigration pathways if you are in the UK, if you are in Canada? What do you need to do? How can you apply for this particular visa and all of that? Is it point-based? If it's point-based, how do you get the specific points required? Most typically in the UK, for example, all you need to do is you have English language requirements. The job you're applying to has to meet a particular salary threshold, which is very, very low, in my opinion. Anybody can get those jobs. You also need to apply to a job that is on a skill level, which simply means a job that can be done by somebody who has an A level. All right. And then you get to build your points until you get to 70 points and you apply for a skilled worker visa. So that's a session we had on that. Of course, the drop-in sessions, like I mentioned, you have questions that you want somebody to respond to. You don't want a WhatsApp message. You don't want a phone call. You want somebody to actually see your screen and tell you to click on this, click on that. You have that done during the drop-in session. Your LinkedIn optimization, your first business introduction to business analysis, project initiation, of course, the project initiation class 3, SDLC, software development lifecycle as a business analyst. And of course, you have every gap analysis as a business analyst. You learn all of that. And that's what the platform looks like. Okay, so you have the different other programs from data analytics, data science. This is a data science class that started this September. Okay, and of course, similar to the platform that the business analysis is, you also have all the different aspects of that. But let's take more questions because I can see a lot of hands up. I think I answered all your questions, James. I'll take Ubede. Ubede, please go ahead with your question, please. Okay, Ubede, I can't seem to hear you, but I can see a question in the chat. Chikwelu Udezwe is asking, what are the topics to cover during the 4 months of training? Is a trainee entitled to learn all the tools necessary for a data analytics expert? Expertise, you can learn, let's take, for example, you decide to learn in the university. You can learn BSc data analytics if it exists. I'm not sure it does. MSc data analytics, PhD, and you would still not be an expert. Now, ask me the question why. Expertise comes with experience. Okay, you can learn everything you want to learn. However, if you have not worked as a data analyst, you can't count yourself as an expert. Expertise comes with experience. What we'll be doing for you, Chikwelu, is learning all the skills and all the tools that you need to become a data analyst. You'll get a job as a data analyst and you put those skills into practice, and that leads to what? Expertise. All right. Let me see if there are more questions in there. Ubede, I asked you to unmute. I'm not sure you could do that. I've asked you to unmute again, Ubede, if you can hear me. If not, I move on to Obiageri. Obiageri, go ahead and ask a question, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Obiageri.
Okay, so part of what I wanted to ask, you just answered them, I think, in this explanation to, I think, James. I was slightly bothered about the laptop specifications. Like, I know that one of the requirements is to get your school fees, sort of like pay for the classes, and then you start. But what other things are we expected to be equipped with, right? So that you don't come and you are slightly embarrassed that you're not fully prepared. I know that there are just sessions that you have to participate in. So my direct question now is, for someone who is using a MacBook, there are some form of limitations with those applications. Do you have that covered at your end? In terms of installing SQL or SQL and all of those things on a MacBook, right? That's one. Secondly, I have been part of your masterclass for, like, I think this is my second time. So partly, I don't know if I'm speaking the voice of every other person, but the fees, I know you have done your own analysis. When you have all this machine learning knowledge, you have dissected the payments to the last or barest minimum, right? But I'm asking, please, for Nigerians on this call, is there still some form of discount that can happen? So this is like you are now like Kate to be, you've done your analysis. So please help us, right? Because the fees are slightly still on the high side. And we really want to be part of this. That's actually why we are here. Okay, thank you so much. So these are my questions, just those two.
All right, very good question, Obiageri. Do you use a MacBook?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. So,
Oh, no,
all
you
right.
want to say, so if I'm using a MacBook, I won't be asking for discount. Don't go there.
All right. So with regards to the don't worry about it. So with regards to the specifications, of course, everything you need, and of course, there are some limitations with Mac, definitely, especially with some Microsoft tools like Power BI, most especially with Power BI. For SQL, you have Mac versions of the database management system. You'll be using Postgres most likely, and the how to install is we made available to you in your welcome kits. All right. For Power BI, for a Mac user, all you have to do is ensure that you have a virtual machine installed on your computer. We all usually advise you to use Parallels. Parallels would give you, I think they make it free for about 2 weeks or thereabouts. They make it free for you for about 2 weeks, which most of the time would be enough for you to have completed what you need to do. However, for Parallels, you might need to make a little bit of subscription to keep on using it. There are other free versions of virtual machines for Mac if you want to install tools like Power BI, for example. However, for those other free versions, they're a little bit more technical. So we'll make those options available. This is the free version. This is the version you have to pay for or subscribe to. So you decide on what you want to go for. So we make that available because we have these questions come up all the time. So we've made adequate preparation for that. And that was why I showed this earlier, if you remember, for the business analysis. If you can still see my screen, at the very beginning in your Google Classroom, what you'd see Power BI for Windows, Power BI for Mac. So you see all different videos you have to go through to get it installed. So we have that available. Try any of this. Oh, sorry. You'd see the caveat as well. Try any of these, but number one is highly recommended. Number one, you'd have to make a subscription. Okay, this is the second one, which is recommended for a subscription because it's faster, it's seamless, but we make those options available. Second question on the masterclass. Now, most of the time I ask people, oh, this amount is too expensive. How much should we charge? How much should the fee be? Okay, and now we've also done a survey, like you said, of what is currently obtainable in the market and what we offer. With regards to the value that we give and the value that we bring, we are at the lower rung of other players within the space, looking at the value that we deliver. All right. Now we could charge 100,000, 70,000 and give you a shabby job. But guess what? We've taken our money already. Okay. The focus for us at Tenalytics is, and if we compare ourselves to last week, 2 weeks ago, rather, during the September program, I was having conversations with somebody who wanted to join from Canada. And she said, oh, I want to do business analysis. And I also want Tableau. I want to join the Tableau class from the data analytics. And I told her that business analysis is one program. Tableau from data analytics is different. She said, yes, she knows. How much will it cost? I said, it will cost you an additional $100. She said, that's fine. You guys are actually very cheap. This was a comment to me. Okay. And rightfully so, we've made it affordable. All right. Compared to other players within the space. And you can do your research yourself. We are based in the UK. All right. So benchmark other programs, other training programs available that offers the same value. Okay. So we offer the best, you get the best out of the value that we offer. The best, you get every single dime of what you pay, even more than what you've paid for. Okay. What people tell us is after the first week, they tell us that, look, we've used all the money we paid. After week 1, especially after their mentorship
Mm.
session and the value that they get from the mentorship sessions. So again, it's all about value. And that's why looking at the fee, we pride ourselves on what we offer and how we've made it easily accessible, especially for those in Africans and people of the Black community generally across the globe. Okay, so with regards to additional discounts, we can't offer that, unfortunately, for now, because that would mean that we'd need to cut down on the quality that we provide to you, which of course you'd come back to say Tenalytics has not done well, and we don't want that to happen. Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome, Obiageri. Okay, so I'll take other questions. I think we'll be wrapping up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll try to take the questions as fast as I can. I'll take Modinot. I'll take Aturu. Ubedi, I've asked you to unmute earlier, but I'm not sure you could do that. Probably having issues with your audio. So Modinot, please go ahead and unmute yourself, please. If you can hear me, Modinot. Are you there, Modinat? Unfortunately, Modinat, I can't hear you. I can see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Oh, sorry. Your audio is a bit distorted. Okay, so what you can send your question to the chat, and then I would address that. So for those asking of the fee structure, this is the fee once more on the screen for all the different programs. This is the discounted fee. Okay, this is the discounted fee. Monishola is asking, how do we pay? So Isosa, Damilola, please, if you can send Monishola the payment details. Yeah, I could hear you a little bit, Modinat, but it wasn't very clear. So let me take more questions. Connie is saying, I agree, you are the cheapest. I don't like the word cheapest, okay? I'd rather say it's value for your money, right? You get far more value for the money that you pay. And that stems from our objective as a business. Our mission as a business is to ensure that we get the Indians, for example, just like Iyi said, working with a analytics consulting company, and half of their employees are back in India working for the company here in the UK. How can we bring that back to Africa? So that's the focus for us. So if we charge the fee that was exorbitant, would indirectly cut off those in Africa, those in Nigeria, in Ghana, would cut them off completely, right? And that's why. So if you're REL, you want to make payments in euro, all you have to do is click on the link and use the PayPal option. Use the PayPal option, REL. Use the PayPal option. So I'll go to Aturu. Aturu, please, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Aturu.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for this session. It's been very, very educative. But I just wanted to ask a question as regards the tools, apart from paying. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to ask questions as regards the tools. Some of these tools come with subscription, as you rightly said, and some of us are on budgets. We're in Africa and we try to
Which of the
budget
tools?
better.
Which of
I
the
don't
tools?
know. You were a lady was asking a question as regards using the MacBook to subscribe to a particular tool. And I know that maybe for each section of the course as it goes through, there might be some places we might need to pay for some subscription.
No, there is none. Apart from those who use Mac, okay?
Okay.
So Mac is very specific, right? So if you use Mac, you're not paying subscription for the tool. You are paying subscription in order to install Microsoft-based applications, all right? Mac is not designed for Microsoft, especially with Power BI, right? Or Power BI rather. So if you have a HP laptop, a Lenovo laptop, a Toshiba laptop, you don't have any problem. You're not paying any subscription. All the things you need to install, we make it available to you. You get that in your welcome kit and you download and install. They're for free. Excel, Power BI, SQL, all the tools you use, they're available for free. You're not making any additional payments for any of the tools. However, even for the Mac, you don't need to pay for the subscription. There are free versions. But what I was explaining is the free version for you to install Microsoft applications, for example, are a little bit technical for you to get it done. All right. So for those that are smoother and seamless, you'd have to pay a little bit of subscription for that. But that's specific to Mac users. Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right.
That's all.
Yeah. Was that all your question, Atsuru? Okay, I think I addressed that already. So again, once you make payments, all you have to do, you have the link for you to upload your payments, or just send us a message to any of the numbers you have on the screen. So you ever want to reach out to us, just send us a message and one of our customer success analysts would respond to you. All right, just send us a message and we will respond to you. We'll send you the link, you upload your payments, we register you, and then you get your welcome kits. The welcome kits, like I was just explaining to Atsuru, contains all the things you need, all the applications you need to download and install, all your timetable, when your class would hold, and so on and so forth. All right. Okay, how much is the fee in euro? So we don't have fee for every different country, Rel. I think I answered that question earlier. All you have to do is pay using the pay stack, pay in pounds. You have the option to pay in 3 currencies, Canadian dollars, pounds, or Naira. So if you're in Europe, somewhere you want to pay in euro, just use the pound option, and then you get the fee converted into euros and you pay the corresponding amount in euros. Okay, why is data engineering more expensive? Now, this is simply because of the technicality of the tools that you'd be learning, okay? And also the demand, the shortage of resources to teach those skills, all right? Now, as a data engineer, just like you saw in the annual pay as well, the average when I shared, the difference between the data engineer and the data analyst is very visible. Okay, was very clear. Now, as Tenalytics, what we pay for a data engineer to train you and teach you is different from what we pay a data analyst, far different. So that's simply where it stems from, right? The complexity of the tools you're learning and also the resources that will be dedicated and made available to you during your learning journey. So that's the difference, if that makes sense to you. All right. Okay. And for those asking, you don't need a high-end computer for you to be a part of the program. An entry-level computer is okay. You don't need a high-end computer. Entry-level, 8 gigabytes RAM, 256 gigabytes storage. Entry-level, basically. You don't need to break the bank to get a new computer. Core i3 is fine. You can use that for the program Bunny. You don't need a high-end computer to be a part of the program. All right. So let's take question from Lydia, and then I'll come back to Modinat, and then we'll call it a day. Lydia, go ahead, please.
Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Lydia. Lydia, go ahead. Oh, no, I can't hear Lydia anymore. Let me see, Lydia. All right, Lydia, go ahead and unmute yourself and continue. I think you muted yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My question is this. We have different learning abilities. Some of us are mothers working a lot of activities. My question is, if I join this cohort October 7 cohort for October, and probably one way or the other, someone like me now, I learn better in the live classes, and I'm not able to really grasp everything I need to grasp at this cohort. Will I be able to maybe join the next cohort to perfect my learning without an additional payment?
Okay, so what you're simply saying indirectly, Lydia, is being in a class and wanting to repeat that same class. If I hear you correctly,
Voluntarily.
no,
Voluntarily now.
we don't encourage that, except there is proper justification. So maybe you had medical issues or you had problems that prevented you from being a part of the program. Now, to give you some level of comfort, Lydia, you have multiple support system, multi-layered support system during the program. We actually want people like you, Lydia, to be a part of the program, all right? Somebody who has never done it before. You don't have to be extra smart to be a part of the program. What we need from you is simply your commitment. That's all right? If you don't grasp something, it's okay. It's fine. We want you not to grasp it, all right? Don't grasp it. If you don't grasp it, it's okay as a beginner. Now, when you don't grasp something, the first thing you have to do is let us know that you haven't grasped. So send a message to your WhatsApp group. Hello, Tony. Hello, Adeza. Hello, Efemena. You did this in class today. I still don't understand.
Okay.
Right? Now, we find out what you don't understand and provide solutions to you. Okay, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to write a formula. Okay, this is how you write the formula. But you tried it and you still did not get it. We set up something we call drop-in sessions. I think I shared that earlier. The drop-in session is, we would have a conversation with you. Okay, Lydia, on Tuesday evening by 9 p.m., join the call and let's look at the problem together. Okay? By 9 p.m., by then you are done with work, you are back home, maybe a little bit tired, maybe, but at least you join the session. We show you that, okay, share your screen. Let me see what you have. Oh, this is the error. This is how you solve the problem. So you get it solved. All right? Now, what we don't want is you miss classes, you don't join your classes, and then you complain that you don't get something. Now, that will be difficult. All right? We also understand that yes, you could miss classes because you are professionals, you are adults, you have so many other responsibilities apart from transitioning into tech. However, missing classes should not be
encouraged.
Consistent. You miss class this week, you miss class next week, you miss class the week after, and it becomes, something that happens every week. As long as you don't do that, what we are here to ensure that all the problems you have, we get them resolved. Okay. Now, once we've seen that you have put in the effort, you've done everything you need to do, and you still have challenges that we cannot resolve at that particular point, then we might look into other avenues of making things, other options for ensuring that you eventually get it, resolved. But again, if we tell people that, look, if you don't get things done, you can join the following class, I bet you people will never attend class because they know that the next cohort they can join to catch up for whatever they missed the previous cohort. So you have a support system, multi-layered, to ensure that everything you need resolved is made available to you. Okay. I don't know if that gives some level of comfort, Lydia. Okay, I think you've muted yourself again. We've worked with bakers, people who have never worked in a professional setting. They've owned bakeries. We've worked with farmers in Nigeria. The gentleman had a farm. He's currently a data scientist. The lady had a bakery. She's currently a business analyst in the UK. So we want to work with people like you, all right? Because you would serve as a point of reference to us that, there was a lady, Lydia, who a mother of this particular age, but Lydia was able to transition, all right? We'd want to tell your story too as well, okay? Agbola is saying, I'll be starting my MSc Data Science October. How can I combine the two? I'll tell you today, Agbola, you're not going to learn anything in your master's. You're going to pay a lot of money, a lot of millions of naira, but you're not going to learn anything. That's the difficult truth, but that's just the reality. My advice to you, Agbola, is ensure that you immerse yourself in your program, your master's program. Ask questions, disturb your lecturers, okay? Get as much as you can, but I can bet you in the UK, you are really not going to learn anything in your master's. Everything you'll be doing it yourself. Now, once you get into the UK, the best option for you is to pick up where you can learn those things practically. All right? I would advise you to join Tenalytics, learn the practical application of all the things you are doing. Okay, so many master students realize this very late. Towards the end of their program, they realize September has come. A lot of people will be doing their graduation September, October, and they've just realized that, look, I don't have the skills to compete for jobs. I've not gotten anything from my masters. Okay, so that'll be my advice to you. So while you are studying, it's not going to stop you from joining weekend programs. All you just have to do is to ensure that the work you do does not creep into the weekends when you have classes, okay? Because as a student, you'd have to work as well, 20 hours per week, and then to make up for some, expenses that you'll be having. But ensure you combine your masters with a practical project-led training, like something like what we offer at Tenalytics. You won't get that from your masters. I'll tell you for a fact. That's the bitter truth, like Ugbede said. Okay. Okay, H is saying 180K paid. Please confirm. The team would confirm and get in touch with you, H. So all you have to do, ensure that you upload your proof of payment using that link, and that would get that resolved. I can see so many payments that have come in already. Masters will not help you get anything. It's good for you to just have it in your profile. Oh, I have a master's from the UK. Oh, I have a master's from Canada. That's all. It doesn't get you anything. No recruiter would ask you if you have a master's or you have a BSc. Nobody would ask you. Nobody would ask you if you have a certificate. Nobody would ask you. All they would want to see is, I've given you this case study and I want you to go solve the problem, come and present to us, and they would assess your skill and also ensure that you have the skill to add value to their company. Okay, so let's take question from, okay, Ubedi, I'm going to ask you to unmute one more time, and then I'll come to H and Modinat.
Okay, thank you very much for this very enlightening session. I must be very honest with you that this is my second master class. So, and I'm very confident now of joining. And yeah, I'm really very confident now. Anyway, just to ask, please, because I feel I'm kind of lagging behind. I've always wanted to, gathering knowledge left, right, center, and all of that, thinking I can run this by myself. But I got to realize that it will make more sense if I work in a team, and if I work with people who knows the road better, just put it straight. I just want to know, instead of doing this for 4 months, since I would like to be doing this during the week as well as during the weekends, is it possible I have it like in 2 months, 2.5 months, please?
Okay, so what we can do for you,
very much. Yeah.
is a very good question. So if you want to dedicate the week, you want to dedicate your weekdays to learning, yeah, we can make that available to you, in the sense that you are joining October, okay? Everything you need. So apart from your live classes, because of course you'd still have to join the live class at the pace of every other person starting in October, all right? However, for your Sunday classes where you have the Watch Me Do It videos, we make that available to you beforehand. So you can watch that, prepare for every single live class you have. So when others are watching their Watch Me Do It videos, you would have completed it. So by doing that, you would shorten your own learning time. However, you can't shorten the live sessions. So because the live sessions give you the opportunity to interact, to also get to work in teams, because you would form groups when you join, all right? You'd form groups, you work together in groups, solve problems together, and you get to collaborate with other people, but would make the additional Watch Me Do It videos to you. That's for your Sunday classes. So you get a head start. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, it's people are driving power bikes here and everything. So apologies for the noise if that came through my mic. So that's what I'll say, Ubede. So yes, you can actually shorten your study time we would provide you with those watch me do it videos for you to watch ahead of the class. And all you have to do is just to join the live sessions, get to practice with the team, work together in the team, present your findings and so on. We've also seen the analysis, like Ogbede said, this is the second masterclass. A lot of people wait for the second, the third masterclass to get on board, right? But I always say at the end of the day, you get on board because there's no better place to learn getting into tech as a data analyst, data scientist, business analyst than at Tenalytics. And that's simply because of our track record of helping you break into the space, not just learning the skills, but also helping you to transition. That's the focus for us. Right. I'll take my last question for the day, and then we call it a day. It's been a very, very long day spent. So last question for the day. Shay, what's your question? Can I start with data engineering, or do I? No, you don't have to start with data analytics. They're mutually exclusive, rather. Okay, so you can start with data engineering. Every single program are standalones. Okay, you can start data analytics, you can start data engineering. You don't have to do one before the other. Okay, and that's simply because they are beginner friendly. So all the programs are beginner friendly. So let's take Modinat. Modinat is eager to ask a question. Go ahead, Modinat, please.
Hello.
Hi, Modinat.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Finally, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your time, Hadaise and team. I must say this is, a very informative session. I had to, kind of jot what I wanted to ask. Some of my question has been, addressed, and
Okay.
I would just, I don't want to waste so much of people's time. And I didn't even know I'm gonna sit, for so long. It's, it's been very informative, like I said earlier. So I'm joining from Canada, and my first question would be, Canada, we have a different time zone, and
Yeah.
saying 11 a.m. to me, my time is quite different from people in Saskatchewan, different from Manitoba. And so what are you doing? What are you putting in place to, kind of make us be on the same time frame? Like Ontario time is kind of different from mine, like an hour, I'm an hour ahead of Ontario, and I'm 3 hours ahead of Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan. And, I don't know how you are trying to, I don't know. So that's the time is going to work for all of us.
Okay.
Secondly, is it going to be a kind of one-on-one session? Because I relocated last year, July, and I kind of joined a data analytics class in Nigeria. I don't want to mention name now because I'm looking at, okay, when I get to Canada, I want to get into tech, start working as a tech. But unfortunately, I wasn't trained well, because I couldn't even boast of them. Like I couldn't even present myself as a data analyst. Fine, I have a knowledge of, okay, this is Excel, Tableau, Power BI for visualization, SQL and stuff like that. But I can't even, I like going for an interview that I can kind of talk, defend myself. I don't want to go for an interview session, you just be messed up. And here, they won't ask you of your certification. They just want to know if you can do it, if you can do the job. So, and I looked at it, I said, no, I can't apply now because, I'm not well trained. So I was just playing with my phone on LinkedIn because I do go to LinkedIn a lot. And then I, ran into Tenalytics and, I started Googling it, reading much about them. I saw a lot of, people saying good things about them. I'd even followed you on LinkedIn, I said, okay, let me give it a shoot and let me try again because I'd already joined a cybersecurity class here in my province. I'm actually running a cyber security class, but when it comes to coding Python, I'm not so good at it. So I just want to go to something that is not coding, that is not, that doesn't have to do with writing programming. because I graduated as a computer science, and I was just forced to read all those programming languages, C, C++, C##. And I don't even want to do anything that has to do with coding. And then looking at the data analytics, I see that, okay, it's something I can do, right? So is it possible to still join the September course, being a 4-month program, and I want to wrap up this year? How would you know if I make payments, you know, if I'm part of the first 20 that I make payments, because I'm making my payment between now and before the close of business? And how do you mean when you mention master class? What is that, like master class and what? Then is business data analyst same as business analyst? And then what else did I put here? DA course outline. Okay, DA course outline looks same as DA. I used to sharing the recorded session after the meeting in order to revisit the course outline. Oh, so you mentioned someone in Canada that said, can she merge what's it called, BA with DA with some of the courses? I wouldn't mind as well. I don't mind paying extra. So if you don't mind, we can take this offline, and I don't want to waste much of people's time. Okay. And I'm really interested in BA and DA. Please, I really need help. I'm ready. And I just need someone to talk to and kickstart. So I don't mind joining this September course. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, Medina. It's very elaborate with your questions. Fantastic. So, okay, I'm just going to ask you to unmute. I would love to know, while I answer your question, what were the gaps? Very quickly, briefly, what were the gaps with the previous program that you joined? What would you say were the gaps? Yes, you didn't learn well. Is it the quality of the indicators, or what exactly?
Okay, the gaps were, I think they were kind of much, and I wouldn't, coming to Canada, the difference is kind of clear, though you would have to do your stuff here, but then, you can't compare both education, and I won't, because of that, write Nigeria off. They still try in terms of, but the cohort, I would say maybe they just needed a lot of people. They just wanted to wrap up one cohort and start another one. I couldn't grab anything, and I would say maybe because I was also trying to put together my, because then I was traveling, is like 2 months to my traveling, and I'm putting some things together, and then I'm still working as well. I work from home, so joining a lot of things, weekend, going here. So maybe I would say my part as well, because I wouldn't want to write them off totally. And also their part as well, because I think there should be a kind of one-on-one session to ask each of their students, were you able to do this? I didn't even submit my project, and nobody reached out to me to say, why didn't you submit your project? And to tell them, oh, I'm sorry, I was, relocating to Canada, and, hence the reason why I couldn't submit my project. Can you help me? No one reached out to me, and, but thankfully some tutors, because I'm the kind of person that used to go above and beyond. When I'm in class, I ask questions, even to the, very stupid question, because some people are very shy. They don't like asking questions. They won't know it, but they don't know how to ask, because they will be like, what would this person say? Would they say, I'm not following you? Me, I ask questions. If I don't know, I ask, because nobody's an island of knowledge. So I ask questions, and, from there, I, get to know a lot of tutors. A lot of my tutors, they reach out to me, and I told them I've relocated, and they said if I don't mind, they can, kind of train me. But the challenge I'm having is, one is actually specialized in SQL, one Excel, one Tableau, and I'm like, if I pay this one, okay. I just wanted one class that, I can kind of assimilate. I quite appreciate that they reach out, because they know me in class, because I ask questions, So, but I don't want to do, breaking. I don't want to do break. I just want it in one. I want, so I want something that I can do one as in all together. I, kind of have them together, not doing SQL, doing this one, doing that. No, I don't want that. So, I don't know. Then here in Canada, BA is also, the reason I said I would like to merge my BA with DA is, here in Canada, sometimes BA might be saturated and you kind of switch to BA. And sometimes
There's
province by province.
there's nothing like saturation. I'm telling you.
Well, you might say there's nothing like saturation. In my province now,
Yes.
if I'm looking for a DA role, I would have to look out for, Ontario and say, okay, Ontario, I want to do a remote job. And I know some people that they do, kind of do two jobs, like, okay, they do PMP, project management, and they also do business analyst. It's something they do.
Yeah.
One might be, maybe part-time, one full-time. So for me, I don't mind if it's something I can do and it's going to cost me, I don't mind doing it, because if this one is not, giving me what I want, then I switch to this one. So the fact remains that I want to switch back to tech. I graduated as a computer science student and I have never practiced. I've been in banking all through my life. I came here to Canada. I've been working with what's it called, insurance company. But now I want to dust my certification. I want to go back to tech because that's where the word is.
Yeah, what our advice is very simple. Yeah, so you start with one. Okay, taking too many things at once, I would say that's not the way to go. You do too many things, you lose track. You start with one. So business analysis, data analytics, you decide what you want to go for, and then you'd go for it. I sent you a direct message. Okay. We can take some of the conversation offline because of time.
Yeah.
But exactly. what I want to highlight is for the part of the first 20, absolutely. Once you what we do usually is, like we say, encourage a lot of people to join from a particular, when I say masterclass, this is the masterclass. So the masterclasses are the free sessions we have before the main class commences. And that's simply because we have people like you that have questions. We have others who don't know what a data analyst does. All right. What am I going to learn? Am I going to learn Excel? Am I going to learn Power BI and so on? So these are knowledge sessions where we share knowledge, show you what you'll be getting, what you stand to get when you register for the program. All right. Now, it seems like your previous experience, you were rushed and you feel rushed during the program, coupled with the fact that you were also planning to relocate and so on and so forth. You wouldn't complete our training program and not know what to do as a data analyst on the very first day of your job. And that's simply because everything you're going to meet in any company, anywhere in the world, you would have done that in class 1,000,000 times. All right. And that's simply because you work on projects. Every single class is a project. And the projects are designed in a way that you are solving. Let me show you one, for example. That's why when you were speaking, what I did was to go to the data analytics platform. And this is Excel. Class 2, class material. This is the slide for the Excel class for data analytics. It's a case study. And I'll read it out very quickly. You have just been employed as a data and insights analyst in the supply chain department of a food production company, Agri Limited, and PLM. And the physical logistic manager has asked you for some specific information from their supply chain data, right? So this particular task involves using things you would have learned in class: VLOOKUP, index and match, XLOOKUP, COUNTIFs, SUMIF, if, and, okay? To solve the problem for this particular company, okay? So you are not just doing things out of the thin air. You are working on projects for everything that you learn. So you go to the data, you solve the problem, and you do a presentation of your findings. All right. So when you do this for every single class for 3 months, you'd have mastered how to do these things in Excel, Power BI, SQL, and Tableau. All right. Now, you'd also understand how to communicate your findings, how to present, because you'd have done that all through the space of 3 months before you join your internship. So the internship as well, yes, you have a capstone project once you are done with your classes, and then you move into your internship. The internship is where you then work together in a team of data analysts, business analysts, data scientists, data engineers to solve a particular problem. All right. And in doing this, what is it preparing you for? Not just the knowledge, but also preparing you for the work and the job you get as a data analyst in the future. Now we can't have timing for every single province in Canada. So what we do, Modinat, is we use the Toronto time. So if you can I don't know what the timing would be between Saskatchewan, like you said, and Toronto, but we use Toronto timing, 11 a.m. Toronto time. That's what we use for our classes. All right. So all you have to do is just to do the conversion. And that's a lot easier than for you to join a class that starts at 11 a.m. British summer time or 11 a.m. West African time. That would be maybe 3 a.m., 2 a.m. your time, which that would be almost impossible for you to join. Right. However, we use the Toronto, Canada time or the Eastern time zone for the classes in North America. So all you have to do is just do the conversion easily and you get when you'd have to start. Okay. So as long as you made payment from this session, you'd be a part of the discount. Okay. You are in this class, you are in this masterclass, you join the masterclass, you make payment from this masterclass, you get to be a part of the discounts. You enjoy the discount as well. Now, data analytics, business analysis, are they the same? They are totally different, 100% different in terms of the tools that you would learn, right? As a data analyst, you would learn Excel, Power BI, SQL, Tableau, data storytelling, ChatGPT for data analytics, Microsoft Fabric as well. As a business analyst, you would learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL, but not as detailed as the data analyst, because as a business analyst, your core responsibility is not, to carry out data analytics task. Okay, you'd also learn process mapping. As a data analyst, you would not learn this. You'd learn stakeholder analysis and management. As a data analyst, you would not learn this. You'd learn project initiation planning, software development lifecycle, Agile and Scrum, project management methodologies, and so on and so forth. So as a data analyst and as a business analyst, you are doing totally two different, you have totally different responsibilities in a company. All right. Can you combine the two in terms of you doing something in business analysis and doing a part of data analytics? Yes, you can. But again, like I said, you have to complete one and then you learn the other part. The lady I talked about wanted to learn Tableau as a business analyst. Tableau is not part of the curriculum, right? So she paid for the data analytics class and then said when it's time, when she's done with that and it's time for Tableau for data analytics, should also be a part of that as well. All right. Okay, Modinat, you've connected on LinkedIn. That's fine. Toronto time works perfectly. Fantastic. Can you still join September? I would advise you not to. Okay, and these are my reasons. They started on the 2nd. So this is the 2nd week. So they've had the first week last week. This weekend is their 2nd week. So you'd have missed 2 mentorship sessions. So apart from the classes, you'd have missed the mentorship sessions. You'd have missed your first CV review session, which happened this Friday. Now, yes, you have the recordings, okay? But the number of videos you'd have to watch would be overwhelming for you. You'd have to watch the 6 hours from last weekend, 6 hours from this weekend. That would be too much for you. So my advice and recommendation would be for you to join October so you don't get overwhelmed right from the beginning. All right? We'll be there to provide all the support you need for you to get things done. But joining the September would be a tall order for you. Yes, I know you might be very smart, you might be a genius, but irrespective, the program is usually very intensive for you to, start after 2 weeks. All right, that's my advice. That's my advice to you. Now, again, yes, you might not complete it. You'd complete your classes before the end of the year, but the internship would spill to next year. All right. You don't need to have completed the program to get a job. That's the mistake people make. But we crush that right from when you join. And how do we do that? If you join your business analysis program, okay, or data analytics, the moment you are done with problem solving, you're done with Excel, we tell you to start to apply to jobs. Don't wait until you are done with everything, because guess what? There are companies that will recruit and get you into the company for you to simply help them with Excel. 100%. I shared the case of Uthman, who got a job with the NHS simply by understanding how to use Excel. They didn't need SQL, they didn't need Tableau, Power BI, nothing else from him, just Excel. All right. So we advise the moment you are done with problem solving, you're done with Excel, start to apply to jobs. And you might just get one even while you are still doing your program with us. People do that even before they do their internship, they've gotten a job. And the internship is just a formality for them because they're actually doing the job in real life. So that would be my advice to you, Muddy Nuts. That's more practical. Okay. I'd follow you on LinkedIn. I'd reach out to you on LinkedIn, like you said. Okay, so I can see you're sending me a message. I'm also going to, you can shoot an email to me too, okay, just in case, or send me a message on LinkedIn. I will take the conversation further. Now, for us to wrap up very quickly, all right, and this is my advice to everybody that joined and have stayed up until this moment. Thank you very much for being a part of our program today. I hope you've gotten value for your time. Yes, we've spent more than we actually anticipated because of the questions, but I hope you learned one or two things from today's session. Now, there is somebody that could benefit from this. Your brother, your sister, your cousin, your colleague, somebody that you know could, benefit from this. Share the message with them. All right. So many people have joined us. They got to know us. They joined us and they thank their stars for getting to meet Analytics simply by hearing from us from a colleague. All right. So you know that person who has always wanted to get into tech, but they don't know how to start. Use that person as a learning buddy, okay, as an accountability partner. So when you start together, there's a higher chance that you also finish together and you have somebody to rub minds with, share ideas with, and so on and so forth. So follow us across all our platforms on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, across all the different channels. Follow us on YouTube so you get to know other amazing sessions we have upcoming. You stay updated with us at Tenalytics. You keep on seeing the amazing work that we are doing. All right. So what's your question, Shay? Can I start with data engineer? I think I answered that already. You don't have to do one particular program to join the other. No, you can start your data engineer. As a data engineer, you don't do anything data analytics. You are not bothered or saddled with data analytics responsibilities. None of your business as a data engineer. All right. So all you have to do, Shay, is register to be a part of the data engineering program. You don't need data analytics first to be a data engineer. They are mutually exclusive, completely exclusive. All right. You don't need one to do the other. Cell is saying, I have made payments. I have made payments. All right. So that's fine, Rel. If you've made payments, just take a screenshot of the proof of your payments, upload that, and you are good to go. I'm having problem generating receipts from Monzo. That's fine. Some of these tools would have one or two problems. So Monishola, all you have to do is just send us a message, okay? Just give me 1 second. I'll share my slide one last time before we wrap up. All you have to do is just send us a message, Monishola, and the team will get that sorted out for you. All right. So Monishola, if you can see my screen, send us a message to any of these numbers. All right. Take a screenshot so you don't lose it or miss out a number. All right. And then send us a message. We'll get that sorted out for you. If you can't generate the proof of payment or generate a receipt, we'll sort that out for you, Monishola. All right. I'm paying tomorrow morning, Ubede. So the link, my colleagues have shared the link, I think 1,000 times. I'm just going to, let me see. So that's the link there posted. You'd also get that in your email, Ubede, if you have registered for if you fill the attendance form, you'd get that, okay? Okay, so I'm responding to your message directly. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to paste. Elijah, please, if you can send the link again, please do. All right. So Elijah just shared the link again, Ubede. So you can just pick that from there. But you'll get it in your email anyway. You'll get it in your WhatsApp message, in your WhatsApp as well, when we share the details of our session today. All right. So don't fret at all. And of course, if you want to reach out to us, just send us a message. Oh, hello, I need a link to make payments. We'll send it to you. Okay. So again, just to wrap up, guys, thank you very much for being a part of our session today. We hope you've learned one or two things. When it comes to tech, come to Tenalytics, share the message, follow us. You want to get into tech before the end of the year, Tenalytics is your place to go. Follow me on LinkedIn, follow FMNA on LinkedIn. Okay, Modinot, I'll look out for your message on LinkedIn, all right? Follow me on LinkedIn, follow FMNA, follow Tenalytics. See the amazing work we've been doing. Thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful weekend. I think I need to go and eat something very warm. I've spoken for almost 3 hours today. Thank you very much, guys. Have a fantastic weekend. Cheers.